Where fire meets stillness, you meet yourself. You've carried two energies your entire life, whether you knew it or not. One that wants to move, build, penetrate reality with intention, and another that wants to feel, open, receive, and breathe life into everything it touches. These forces shape your purpose, your relationships, your confidence, your decisions, your patterns, your desires, and most of the time, they do it quietly, invisibly, like architects designing a house you didn't realize you were already living in. Most people walk through life with these two forces asleep or wounded. They feel lost without knowing why. Relationships grow flat without understanding what's missing. Purpose flickers like a weak flame in a storm. Attraction becomes guesswork. Life becomes survival, not expression. But when you awaken to your own inner energies, masculine and feminine, direction and flow, fire and stillness, the whole map of your existence shifts. You start to see why you push when you should soften, why you collapse when you should rise, why you crave intimacy yet armor yourself against it, why desire fades in relationships that once felt electric, why your life keeps repeating the same damn lessons. These energies aren't gender. They're physics. They're rhythm. They're the pulse beneath personality. When you understand how they move within you and between you and others, the world becomes clearer. You stop forcing. You stop guessing. You stop losing yourself to people, expectations, chaos, or wounds that aren't even yours. This book isn't about becoming more masculine or more feminine. It's about waking up. It's about learning the language of the energies that already shape the way you live and love. It's about remembering the parts of you that were never broken, only buried. So take a breath. We're going in. This time, not to change who you are, but to meet who you've always been beneath the noise. Two forces inside every human. Introduction to the inner energies. Every human being carries within them two silent forces. These energies, often described as the masculine and feminine, construct the framework of our identity, inform our sense of purpose, and guide the magnetism we feel towards others. While they can be subtle, their impact is profound, weaving through our thoughts, emotions, and relationships. Understanding these inner energies is like uncovering your unique blueprint. It invites a deeper awareness of how you engage with the world around you. Each of us possesses both energies, regardless of our gender, influencing our behaviors, aspirations, and how we attract or repel others. Consider how you experience life's ebbs and flows. There are moments when you feel driven, assertive, and focused, qualities of the masculine energy directing your path. Conversely, you might find yourself in periods of nurturing, receiving, and flowing with emotions, resonating with the feminine energy. Recognizing these energies helps to illuminate patterns and behaviors that have perhaps gone unnoticed. When we acknowledge their presence, we begin to see how they interact within us and the ripple effects they create in our relationships. As you delve into your inner world, imagine awakening to the dance of these energies. Picture them as two partners that silently sway within you, sometimes aligned, at other times clashing. They await your acknowledgement, yearning for harmony. When you become conscious of their subtle forces, it's as if a light is turned on in a dim room. You start to see the way they sculpt your reality, giving shape to your thoughts, desires, and fears. Many spend their lives feeling a sense of yearning or confusion, not realizing that the source of their internal struggle lies in the balance of these energies. When the masculine feels suppressed or the feminine overextended, the internal dialogue can become chaotic. Recognizing these forces allows for deep self-reflection and empowerment. Embrace the invitation to witness your inner dynamics. As you do so, you will begin to feel truly seen by yourself, a recognition of your hidden power and unique essence. In nurturing this awareness, you allow yourself to redefine your purpose and your relationships. Take a moment to explore how these energies have shaped your journey. What patterns emerge as you ponder their influence? Are you aware of their role during moments of frustration or joy? This understanding serves as an essential tool. In becoming aware of your inner energies, you prepare to engage with the world with renewed vigor and clarity. You hold the key to unlock a deeper connection with yourself and others, fostering relationships founded on authenticity and attraction. The silent architects of purpose. There are forces moving quietly beneath the surface of everything we feel, think, and desire. Currents so subtle that they often escape conscious notice. These silent architects do not announce themselves with fanfare, yet their influence is profound, weaving through the very fabric of our purpose and shaping the way we relate to ourselves and the world. Imagine these energies as the deep roots of a tree, hidden underground, unseen, yet essential to its growth and stability. Without these roots, the tree would falter and lose its way. Just as without these internal currents, our sense of direction and meaning can drift into silence. These forces are not just metaphors. They are alive within us, acting as the inner architects of balance and motion. They hold our masculine and feminine energies in dynamic tension, giving birth to life's subtle dance of attraction, motivation, and inner alignment. Masculine energy moves with intention and direction, carving paths forward with clarity and focus, while feminine energy flows with openness and surrender, allowing space for creation and transformation. The silent dialogue between these two energies creates the blueprint for our purpose, shaping how we move through challenges, relationships, and moments of stillness. When these energies are in harmony, there is a quiet pulse beneath the chaos, a steady compass guiding us toward what feels meaningful. Our inner world hums with a vibrant yet gentle energy, inviting us to step fully into who we are meant to become. But when these forces fall out of balance, confusion and restlessness settle in. The sense of direction fades, and the flow of inspiration dries up. It is as if the architects have left their posts, leaving the house of purpose vulnerable to collapse. Recognizing their quiet presence is the first step toward reclaiming that vital inner alignment. Bringing these silent, energetic architects into awareness is like turning on a dim light in a room long cloaked in shadows. Suddenly, the contours of who you are and what you truly want become clearer. This awareness is not about force or control. It's about a tender watching, a respectful curiosity toward the rhythms quietly shaping your inner world. It's learning to feel where your energy moves in cycles of tension and release. How sometimes you are called to take bold steps forward and other times to yield and receive with grace. This awakening invites you to reconnect with your essence beyond old beliefs or external expectations. It allows you to witness the subtle pushes and pulls within, to see how your masculine energy craves clarity and structure, yet can harden into rigidity if misunderstood. It also reveals how your feminine energy longs for freedom and softness, yet can shrink into guardedness when safety feels uncertain. Both energies, when honored, hold keys to your deepest purpose and the way you magnetize life toward you. Gently tuning into these inner currents brings a new kind of listening to your body's signals, your emotional landscape, and your mind's subtle whispers. You begin to notice that purpose is not a fixed destination, but a living conversation between movement and stillness, direction and flow. As you deepen this awareness, you may find layers of resistance softening, walls lowering, and a fresh clarity blooming. This is how the silent architects begin to rebuild your inner foundation, piece by piece, guiding you back to a self shaped by truth, not noise. Try setting aside moments in your day for quiet attention. Without expectation, let yourself simply observe where your energy feels tight or expansive. Notice how your intentions shift when you honor both the urge to act and the need to receive. This small act of gentle witnessing plants the seeds for a stronger, more vibrant connection with your own purpose. A purpose quietly crafted by the interplay of these unseen, guiding forces. Awakening to your inner world. There's a quiet current flowing beneath your conscious thoughts, gentle yet persistent. It's like an ocean's unseen tides, subtle shifts that influence how you feel, think, and respond, often without you realizing they are there. Becoming aware of these silent forces means tuning into the parts of yourself that aren't immediately obvious, noticing how your internal landscape subtly guides your choices and desires. Awakening is less about uncovering some hidden secret and more about recognizing the ongoing presence of these energies that quietly shape your day-to-day life. When you slow down enough, you begin to feel their rhythm, their ebb and flow, like an unspoken language whispering beneath the surface of your awareness. Recognizing that these dual energies, masculine and feminine, are not fixed identities but instead are fluid, moving parts of your internal architecture can be eye-opening. These energies are not about stereotypes or societal labels, but are instead about states of being, directions, and flows rooted deep within your psyche. The masculine energy can be seen as the dimension of purpose, clarity, and intention. It's about focusing your energy outward, creating boundaries, and moving forward with resolve. The feminine energy, in contrast, is about openness, nurturing, and intuition. It's the flow of emotions, vulnerability, and receptivity. These forces are not opposites in conflict, but complementary parts that, when balanced, create a sense of wholeness. Recognizing them as internal currents rather than external labels allows you to see yourself more clearly, as someone whose inner world is made up of these interconnected energies constantly working, sometimes singing in harmony, sometimes clashing. What makes awakening powerful is understanding how these currents influence your attraction and your sense of purpose. When your masculine and feminine energies are aligned, life feels easier. Your passions ignite naturally, relationships deepen, and your sense of meaning becomes clearer. But when these energies are disjointed or repressed, life can feel flat or disconnected. It's like trying to tune an instrument that's out of tune. No matter how much effort you put in, the sound feels off. The key is to gently start listening inward. Notice where your internal focus naturally drifts. Are you more comfortable leading or surrendering? Do you find it easy to stand firm in your purpose, or do you often feel pulled into emotional hesitation? These small observations open the door to the deeper currents flowing within, revealing how much of your inner world is shaped by these unseen but always present energies. Awakening is not a sudden event, but a quiet unfolding, an ongoing process of becoming aware of the subtle truths buried beneath surface stories. It's about noticing how your body holds feelings, how your thoughts drift towards certain patterns, and how your reactions often mirror tiny shifts in internal balance. When you allow yourself to see these currents clearly, you empower your capacity to steer your inner world with greater intention. Eventually, you realize that your inner landscape isn't fixed but alive, moving, and profoundly responsive to your awareness. Recognizing these invisible forces and feeling their currents within you can transform how you relate to yourself, others, and your purpose, guiding you toward a deeper sense of harmony and authenticity. Practically, you can begin by taking a few moments each day to tune into your body, noticing where you feel tension or ease, strength or vulnerability. These sensations point to where your masculine or feminine energies are active or blocked. Paying attention without judgment helps you start mapping your inner terrain. As you keep this practice, you begin to see patterns, and with patience, these subtle shifts become a guiding map for changing how you engage with the world. The more you listen inward, the more clear it becomes that your inner world is not separate from your outer life, but its foundation. Awakening your awareness of these unseen forces is the first step toward reclaiming the natural balance that allows your purpose and attraction to flourish authentically. Chapter 1. What masculine and feminine actually are. Why energy gender? Energy gender refers to the inherent qualities that reside within each individual, often described as masculine and feminine energies. These energies do not map directly onto gender as we commonly understand it. Rather, they represent fundamental forces shaping our inner worlds and how we connect with others. The masculine energy encapsulates direction, purpose, and assertiveness, while feminine energy embodies flow, intuition, and receptivity. This dynamic interplay informs not only how we perceive ourselves, but also how we engage with the world around us, especially in relationships. Acknowledging these energies invites a deeper understanding of our motivations, expressions, and interactions. At its core, energy gender influences our sense of purpose and attraction. For many, the masculine energy drives the quest for achievement, structure, and clarity. This energy seeks to create, to build, and to lead with a focus on goals and outcomes. In contrast, the feminine energy nurtures connection, creativity, and emotional richness, often prioritizing relationships and the experiences we share with others. Recognizing where we stand on this spectrum can unlock insights into our desires and discontent in life. When we understand how these energies interplay within us, it can illuminate the paths we take toward personal fulfillment and authentic connection. The currents of energy gender run silently, shaping how we experience emotional and spiritual satisfaction. Consider moments when you feel energized and alive. These often arise from a harmonious balance of both energies. When masculine energy flows clearly into its purpose, it can inspire and uplift those around it. Alternatively, when feminine energy blooms freely, it creates space for the authentic sharing of feelings and intuitive insights. The challenge lies in navigating our lives in a society that sometimes values one energy over the other. By exploring our innate energy gender, we begin to unravel the patterns that have shaped our identities and relationships. Embracing this understanding not only fosters self-awareness, but also enhances our ability to cultivate passionate connections with others, enriching our emotional and spiritual lives. The two cores, direction and flow. Energy inside us doesn't just exist as a vague sensation. It moves, pulls, and shapes everything about who we are. At the heart of this energy lie two core forces that quietly influence our purpose and attraction: direction and flow. Direction is the force that points us forward, giving us a sense of meaning and structure. It's the spark that lights a path, an inner compass drawing a line through the chaos, guiding our decisions and intentions. Flow, on the other hand, is soft and fluid. It is the river that moves around obstacles, the graceful unfolding of experiences and emotions. Where direction says, go this way, flow says, feel your way. These two energies aren't just ideas. They are felt realities pulsing through every choice, every longing, and every relationship. Imagine the difference between a mountain stream heading toward the sea and the current that carries it there. The mountain stream is direction, clear, focused, even stubborn. The current is flow, adaptive, responsive, and alive with movement. Inside us, these two forces create the rhythm of our inner world. When direction is strong and clear, it gives life purpose and focus. When flow is open and fluid, it allows life to be rich and vibrant, full of sensation and ease. Either alone feels incomplete, too rigid or too scattered, but together, they form a dance that makes us feel whole. Direction pulls us toward what matters. Flow opens us up to how it feels along the way. This interplay between direction and flow shapes the way we attract others and how we connect with ourselves. Direction gives us a magnetic pull, a clarity that others can sense, drawing them in with the promise of purpose and certainty. Flow offers warmth and presence, inviting softness, vulnerability, and deep connection. Without balance between these forces, relationships can feel flat or confusing, maybe too chaotic without direction or too rigid without flow. This tension between moving forward and letting go is the undercurrent of desire, purpose, and attraction. The way these two energies mix inside is the secret language of our inner life. When direction becomes too forceful, it can feel like pushing against the world, stubborn, controlling, and exhausting. When flow overwhelms direction, we may drift aimlessly, losing grip on defined purpose or feeling paralyzed by indecision. But when they gently align, when direction is steady but flexible, flow is open but grounded, something shifts. We become fluid in our purpose and grounded in our emotions. This is where creativity thrives, relationships deepen, and life feels more alive. The two cores act like the engine and the steering wheel of our inner world. Each needs the other so we can move with intention and grace. Understanding this balance opens a new way to see ourselves. It helps reveal why sometimes we feel stuck or out of sync. Maybe our direction feels unclear because we're resisting the flow inside, too afraid to surrender. Or maybe our flow feels overwhelming because our inner direction didn't develop clearly enough to guide us. These forces are not about gender or stereotype. They are about energy patterns that live in all of us. Recognizing their presence allows us to step out of autopilot and tune into how our inner current moves us. We learn to feel what drives us and what needs space to breathe. One practical way to begin this inner tuning is to notice moments when you feel drawn forward with certainty and moments when you feel open and receptive without resistance. These are your direction and flow speaking. Instead of rushing to fix or change these feelings, lean into their messages. Pay attention to where your inner compass points and how your emotional river moves beneath that compass. This gentle awareness can help you start shaping your life, not as a rigid plan or a passive drift, but as a fluid journey with purpose. Accepting the two cores inside you is the first step to living closer to your true self. Attraction as energetic physics. At its core, attraction isn't just a feeling or a coincidence. It's rooted in the very laws of energy and physics. When you look at the universe, you see that everything moves because of invisible forces pulling and pushing. Objects with mass attract each other through gravity, and particles are drawn toward energy sources because of electromagnetic forces. On a less tangible level, our inner worlds mirror these same principles. The feelings we cultivate, the energy we radiate, and the way we choose to direct our attention all influence what comes toward us. Just as planets orbit stars because of gravitational pull, we attract relationships, opportunities, and experiences that resonate with our energetic signature. This isn't mystical. It's physics expressed through the language of subtle energy. Once you understand that attraction has a physical, energetic blueprint, it becomes simpler to shift your inner state intentionally and create the kind of magnetism that pulls in what you truly desire. Understanding how the dynamic interplay of direction and flow creates that magnetic pull is key. Imagine two moving objects in space. If one has a stronger pull and the other moves toward it, they begin to orbit around each other, forming a relationship of attraction. Direction is about where you are heading, the intentions you hold, and the focus you give. That sets the course for what you draw in. Flow, on the other hand, is how you move within that direction. Your openness, your ease, your willingness to let things come and go. When these two energies work in harmony, they create a field of attraction that feels effortless. It's like a magnet that pulls not just because of an external force, but because the internal energy aligns perfectly with what's wanting to come closer. Recognizing this dance of direction and flow helps you become conscious of how your inner state either attracts or repels the things you want most. Think of attraction as a kind of energetic physics where your inner frequency acts as a magnet. The more aligned you are with your true feelings and desires, the stronger your magnetic field becomes. This alignment isn't about forcing or trying to control. It's about tuning into your authentic energy, the nuances of how you feel inside, and how that influences your outer world. When you feel a sense of conviction or passion about something, your energy broadcasts a clear signal that invites similar energy back. Conversely, when you feel confusion or doubt, your field becomes cloudy or weak, making it harder for what you want to find you. Like tuning a radio, adjusting your inner frequency by focusing on what excites or moves you warms your energetic signal, increasing the likelihood of attracting the people, experiences, and outcomes that match that vibration. It's a dance of subtle but powerful forces, where awareness of your energetic stance is your greatest tool. Practically, This means that every thought, emotion, and intention contributes to your energetic waveform. If your focus remains on feelings of abundance, love, or confidence, you send out a clear wave that resonates with similar energies elsewhere. If fear or scarcity dominate, those are the signals that draw in corresponding experiences. Knowing that attraction operates through these invisible yet powerful principles invites you to become a conscious creator of your reality. Simply put, when your internal energy feels aligned and flows freely, the universe responds with opportunities and connections that reinforce that state. Making small shifts, like choosing to focus on gratitude or actively imagining what you want, can significantly alter the energetic blueprint you're broadcasting. This isn't about wishful thinking, but about understanding that your inner state shapes the reality you pull toward you through the silent physics of energy. In the end, realizing attraction as energetic physics reveals that the universe isn't random or disconnected from your inner space. It's a mirror reflecting the frequency you emit. When you learn to fine-tune this frequency, balancing your direction with a gentle, open flow, you activate a natural law that draws toward you what aligns with your core. Think of it as learning to tune and maintain an energetic signal that continually attracts what you genuinely desire, not by force, but through harmonious resonance. This awareness transforms your understanding of relationships, opportunities, and growth, turning attraction from a mystery into a science rooted in your own overlooked power. The key is to recognize that how you feel and where you place your focus has a direct, measurable impact on what manifests around you. Becoming aware of these energetic principles empowers you to cultivate a magnetic presence, one that naturally pulls what's meant for you into your life. Chapter 2. The Birth of Your Energetic Blueprint. Childhood Imprinting. Childhood experiences are like the first strokes of a paintbrush on a blank canvas, shaping our inner world and creating the blueprint for how we relate to love, safety, and self-worth. From the moment we are born, we begin to absorb the emotional climate around us. This is not just about words. It's about the energy, the tone, and the unspoken messages. The way our caregivers respond to us, the comfort we receive when we cry, and the attention we get when we smile all create deep grooves in our subconscious. These early interactions form the lens through which we view ourselves and others, influencing our behaviors, choices, and attachments throughout our lives. The imprint of childhood is subtle yet profound. For example, a child who consistently feels safe and valued is likely to grow into an adult who radiates confidence and warmth. Conversely, a child who experiences neglect or harsh criticism may carry insecurities and a constant need for validation into adulthood. Our beliefs about what we are worth can become deeply rooted, often without our awareness. We might unknowingly align our behaviors with the lessons of our early years, repeating patterns that no longer serve us, such as avoidance in relationships or a fear of vulnerability. Emotional modeling plays a crucial role in this process. Children learn how to express and manage emotions by observing their parents and caregivers. If a parent shows anger instead of sadness, a child might learn to suppress their tears in favor of an outward display of strength. Such models can distort our innate polarity, leading us away from a balanced understanding of masculine and feminine energies. When trauma enters the picture, it can skew our perceptions even further, causing us to wear emotional masks. These experiences shape our understanding of intimacy and connection in adult relationships. Instead of a healthy dance of give and take, we may find ourselves stuck in rigid dynamics, replaying old scripts that no longer fit. Compassion is essential as we unravel these childhood imprints. Understanding that these patterns were not our fault can help us in the healing process. Acknowledge the roots of your behaviors and recognize the emotions behind them. Each year of childhood, each situation experienced, layered upon one another creates a unique blueprint that carries forward into our adult lives. It is essential to look at these beliefs with kindness and understanding rather than judgment. Recognize that this is a journey of self-discovery and integration, where healing is not linear, but filled with lessons, setbacks, and moments of awakening. As you start to uncover these imprints, consider engaging in practices that foster self-awareness, such as journaling, therapy, or support groups. Reflect on your relationships and how your past influences them today. By understanding the impact of your childhood experiences, you can begin to make conscious changes. You have the power to rewrite the narrative of your life, embracing the freedom to create healthy connections based on your true self, rather than the shadows of your past. Recognizing and addressing these childhood imprints is the first step toward reclaiming your authentic self and nurturing polarity in relationships. Emotional modeling. Our earliest moments often leave invisible imprints on how we feel inside. The way caregivers responded to our emotions, the moods that filled our childhood home, and the unspoken rules about what feelings were safe to express. All these shaped the architecture of our inner world. This shaping doesn't carry blame. It's simply the way we learn to move through life emotionally, a response to survival and belonging rather than failure or fault. When a child senses tension or receives comfort, they form a blueprint for how to handle joy, fear, sadness, or anger. These experiences build the foundation of our emotional polarity, influencing how we balance masculine and feminine energies within ourselves later on. They explain why some may instinctively lead with intense focus and direction, while others flow more fluidly and expressively. Neither way is better or worse. Both are pieces of a deeply human puzzle created through the quiet echo of early emotional dances. Emotional modeling is the process where we imitate and internalize how people around us express and manage their feelings. The gestures we absorbed as children become the scripts we unconsciously follow when we're overwhelmed, joyous, or afraid. This shaping might create harmony when nurtured or distortion when pain clouds expression. For example, a child whose sadness was met with silence might learn to numb or hide those feelings instead of sharing them openly. Conversely, someone whose anger was met with chaos might struggle either to suppress fiery emotions or express them explosively. These emotional patterns form the backbone of how we regulate ourselves, how we come to trust or distrust the safety of vulnerability, and how we ultimately relate to others. They carve the channels through which our masculine energy seeks purpose or our feminine energy invites surrender. When we begin to recognize these models without judgment, we can see the source of our energetic fears, the armor we wear, and the wounds behind our reactive dance. Because emotional modeling shapes the architecture of inner polarity, it influences our energetic harmony, the way masculine and feminine energies balance or clash inside us. When these models carry distress, they can create distortions that pull energy out of alignment. For instance, if in childhood emotional expression was unsafe, the flow may become blocked. The masculine energy might retreat into confusion or passivity, lacking clear direction because it learned to avoid conflict or disappointment. At the same time, the feminine energy may armor itself against surrender, building walls where trust once lived. This distortion leads to a constant internal tension, like two sides speaking different languages, each craving reconciliation but unsure how to bridge the divide. Understanding where these deep-seated emotional scripts come from gives us a chance to soften them. By rewriting how we regulate and express emotions today, we restore a more natural polarity, where masculine energy can hold firm with steady purpose and feminine energy can move freely with intuitive grace. This shift doesn't happen overnight, but even the smallest act of awareness can start to unravel what was once fixed, opening space for the heart to lead. How trauma distorts polarity. Our earliest experiences shape the way we see ourselves and the world, influencing the subtle energies that move within us. When we're young, we learn a lot through emotional modeling, watching how our caregivers respond, how they handle feelings, how they pursue or retreat from connection. These lessons forge a kind of internal map, guiding our natural polarity, the dance of masculine and feminine energies that govern our inner world and outer relationships. If nurturing environments teach us that strength means suppressing feelings or that vulnerability is dangerous, our innate energetic balance begins to skew. We may develop a core belief that certain feelings are unsafe or that certain parts of ourselves need to be hidden away, creating a blueprint that influences every relationship and emotional choice later in life. Trauma, however, acts like a powerful wind that shakes this delicate structure. Whether it's a difficult childhood, neglect, abuse, or ongoing emotional wounds, trauma interrupts the natural flow of energy. Instead of flowing freely between direction and surrender, our energy becomes constricted, distorted, or frozen in place. Someone might carry the heavy weight of feeling undeserving of love, making it hard to receive support or intimacy. Others might push away connection altogether out of fear of betrayal or disappointment, creating a barrier that prevents genuine closeness. These internal blocks shape how we move and relate. Our polarity no longer aligns with its original blueprint, but instead becomes tangled in survival strategies, often subconscious and automatic. Trauma's impact often leaves us with polarized extremes, either overcompensating on one side or shutting down entirely. A person who experienced neglect as a child might develop a feminine energy that's overly independent, distrustful of vulnerability, and guarded by emotional walls. Meanwhile, their masculine energy might become rigid and controlling, trying desperately to suppress feelings of helplessness or fear. Conversely, someone who faced harsh criticism for expressing emotion might have a feminine energy that's fragile and overly receptive, desperate to please, yet unsure how to truly receive love. The distortions are complicated. Each trauma rewires the subtle energetic pathways, creating a dissonance that feels embedded in every interaction. It's like a storm that clouds the light within, making authentic connection difficult and causing the natural polarity that once felt clear to become blurred, unstable, or overly reactive. Understanding this distortion is key to the healing process. Recognizing how trauma has shifted your energetic balance allows you to see patterns that may sabotage your relationships or keep you stuck in emotional struggle. This isn't about blame, it's about awareness. The more compassion we offer ourselves in seeing how those early wounds disrupted our innate energy, the easier it becomes to gently reconfigure and restore our natural polarity. Healing is a process of rewiring, finding ways to listen to what the fragmented parts of ourselves need, to clear the wounds that distort our energy, and to gently realign ourselves with our true, authentic balance. Small steps like practicing emotional honesty, slowly opening to vulnerability, and reclaiming the parts of ourselves that were lost in trauma can gradually restore clarity. The goal isn't perfection, but a deeper understanding that our energy, like everything, can be rewired and healed with patience and compassion. Chapter 3: The Collapse of Polarity in the Modern World. Why relationships feel flat today. Many relationships today feel stagnant, almost like they are running on autopilot. This sense of emotional flatness often connects to the rapid changes in our culture and the technology that pervades our lives. We live in a world that values instant gratification and superficial connections. Social media platforms create an illusion of closeness while simultaneously fostering disconnection. As we scroll through perfectly curated snippets of life, we often feel that we are only witnessing the highlights, not the deeper, messy moments that truly build connections. This lack of raw vulnerability dulls our natural energies and creates a gap where authentic relationships should thrive. The shift toward a more neutral emotional state has left many of us clinging to a sense of independence that can veer into isolation. This wounded independence, a sort of toxic self-reliance, comes from a fear of being truly seen and supported. We might tell ourselves that we don't need anyone else to feel whole, but in reality, this way of thinking creates a wall that keeps intimacy at bay. When both partners are stuck in patterns of emotional disengagement, they often find themselves mirroring each other's lack of depth. The spark that once ignited passion fades into a comfortable but uninspired coexistence. Reclaiming vulnerability is crucial for reviving the energetic balance necessary for genuine intimacy. To rekindle the sense of desire that once flourished between partners, both sides must be willing to dive deep into their emotions, explore their needs, and express their authentic selves with one another. It requires courage to let down the walls and risk the discomfort of true connection. Opening up about fears, insecurities, and dreams fosters a profound bond that contrasts sharply with the numbness that many experience in their daily interactions. Understanding the interplay between our emotional states and our relationships can serve as a guide. Being aware of how societal pressures and personal wounds contribute to the current flatness can illuminate a path toward elevated emotional engagement. Instead of shying away from difficult discussions, consider approaching them with kindness and a readiness to embrace vulnerability. This shift is not merely an emotional exercise. It can lead to practical changes that enhance intimacy and connection in relationships. Neutral energy and emotional numbness. Modern life has a way of smoothing out the sharp edges of our natural emotional landscape until everything feels flat and distant. The energetic dance between masculine and feminine forces inside us relies on contrast, on sparks of intensity, flow, direction, and surrender. When these forces fade into a kind of bland neutrality, the vibrant polarity that once charged our purpose and attraction begins to dull. This neutral energy is what many experience as emotional numbness, a quiet disconnect from feelings that once moved us deeply. Instead of feeling alive in tension or tenderness, life becomes an endless routine of empty moments and muted responses. The constant hum of screens, the endless digital distractions, and the cultural push for independence often ask us to suppress emotional highs and lows alike, leaving a residue of neutrality where distinct feeling used to thrive. Emotional numbness is not just about quiet sadness or depression, though it can be linked. It's a survival state where the body and mind quietly shut down the extremes of feeling to protect from overwhelm or hurt. In this state, masculine energy loses its clear sense of direction, and feminine energy pulls back from authentic flow. The energetic polarity collapses into a gray zone where nothing quite grips or inspires us anymore. Instead of passion, there's a hollow stillness. Instead of joy or grief, there is emptiness. This neutral state is a subtle but powerful symptom of how modern culture shapes our inner world. One where movement downtunes into stagnation, where drama fades, but so does meaning, where connection flattens into isolation even while we are endlessly connected. Recognizing emotional numbness means tuning in to what lies beneath the surface intangibility. It might show up as a muted heart, a feeling of disconnection from your desires, or an inability to respond to life with vitality. The roots of this numbness often lie in cultural and technological shifts that encourage us to keep our emotions contained and predictable. The constant barrage of news, social media, and digital noise fractures our attention and fragments our inner experience, making it harder to feel deeply or stay present with raw emotions. At the same time, modern ideals of independence and self-reliance push us to avoid vulnerability because it feels risky or inconvenient. Over time, this dance of avoidance and distraction convinces us to settle for a neutral, bland energetic state rather than express the full spectrum of feeling that shapes authenticity and magnetic presence. Waking up from emotional numbness requires pausing the relentless external stimuli to reconnect with simple sensations of the body and heart. It means allowing yourself to feel small moments of discomfort, frustration, or tenderness without immediately seeking to numb or fix them. As you become more aware of your internal energetic shifts, where masculine force falters and feminine flow retreats, you can start to invite those feelings back into your orbit gently. This isn't about forcing emotion or diving into drama, but about creating space for genuine presence. Moving breath, slow movement, nature, or creative expression are powerful allies on this path, reminding you that beneath numbness lies a well of raw, vibrant energy waiting to pulse again. Rediscovering your polarity means opening to the nuance of your internal world with boldness and care, allowing the neutral fog to gradually lift and your inner fire to glow steady and true. The rise of wounded independence. Today, it's easy to feel like independence is the ultimate virtue. We are told to stand on our own, rely on ourselves, and never show weakness. Social media amplifies this idea, showcasing highlight reels of strength, resilience, and self-sufficiency. We scroll through images and stories of people appearing to handle everything alone, making it seem like vulnerability is a flaw. Over time, this constant message creates a subtle pressure to push feelings aside, to prove that we don't need anyone or anything for validation or support. This cultural push toward autonomous strength often leads to emotional disconnection. Many of us learn to suppress our feelings early on, believing that showing emotion equals weakness or dependence. Instead of processing what we truly feel, we numb ourselves with distraction, binge watching, social media scrolling, or even busyness. Technology, while connected we may seem, often replaces meaningful intimacy with surface-level interactions. We're lonelier but less aware of it, because emotional numbness becomes a default mode. It's as if we've traded genuine vulnerability for the safety of emotional armor that keeps us isolated inside a fortress we built for ourselves. In this way, the quest for independence morphs into something more complex. It becomes a mask, wounded independence, that hides our vulnerability behind a shield of self-reliance. It's rooted in the fear that if we let others see our wounds or admit we need support, we might lose control or be rejected. This wounds us further, because by relying solely on ourselves, we miss out on the true healing and connection that come from being seen and supported. Instead of fostering strength through surrender and openness, wounded independence becomes a kind of lonely rebellion, an attempt to keep pain at bay, but leaving us feeling more disconnected than ever. This tendency to over-rely on ourselves feeds a silent cycle. We push others away, convinced that our independence is a virtue, but deep inside, a part of us yearns for genuine connection and understanding. The more we deny our need for support, the more isolated we often feel. It's as if our wounded independence is a safety net that ultimately traps us in the very loneliness we fear. Recognizing this pattern allows us to see how modern culture, driven by technology and societal expectations, can disconnect us from our true selves and prevent us from experiencing true intimacy and emotional healing. A simple yet powerful step can start with quietly allowing ourselves to feel the vulnerability beneath that armor, knowing that real strength often begins in surrender, not in solitary resilience. Chapter 4. The Passive Masculine. Fear of direction. Fear of choosing and committing often masks a deeper interior conflict within us. This conflict arises from the struggle between our desires and the fears that tether us, leading to a paralysis that stifles masculine energy. When confronted with decisions, men may feel a weight of expectation that can feel overwhelming. It's as if they're standing at a crossroads, yet unable to step forward. This dilemma stems not just from uncertainty about the right path, but from the fear of judgment, failure, or disappointing those around them. The noise of societal pressure can drown out the innate wisdom that lies within, leaving a void that becomes hard to navigate. The emotional hesitation that comes from this fear can be paralyzing. When decisions remain unmade, opportunities slip away, creating a cycle of inertia. This is not just about avoiding choices. It's about an underlying belief that one's choices may lead to rejection or failure. This creates a passive, directionless masculinity, a state where a man appears to drift rather than direct his life. He may fill his time with fleeting distractions or live in a state of perpetual planning without action. Each unmade decision further isolates him and weakens his resolve, leading to a self-fulfilling prophecy of stagnation. As this inertia deepens, it can create a facade of ease or indifference. However, it often veils a profound emotional turmoil. The fear of direction can keep a man constrained, making it difficult to connect with his true purpose. Recognizing this internal struggle opens the door to transformation. Realizing that the fear of direction is often linked to deeper emotional wounds can pave the way for healing. Embracing vulnerability and seeking support can help illuminate the path forward. Taking incremental steps, such as setting small, actionable goals, can provide a sense of accomplishment and restore confidence. Recognizing that choosing a direction is part of the journey can empower individuals to reclaim their agency in life. Emotional hesitation. Emotional hesitation often sits quietly within the passive masculine energy, like a shadow that goes unnoticed but subtly shifts everything beneath the surface. It shows up as a pause, a step held back, a quiet indecision that isn't just about external choices but a deeper, internal resistance to feeling vulnerable. This silence is rooted in the fear of making the wrong move, as if every decision carries the weight of failure or rejection. In these moments, hesitation is not simply procrastination. It's a protective barrier designed to shield a fragile sense of self from being exposed or hurt. The man who hesitates emotionally is caught in an invisible tension between wanting to lead and fearing the unknown outcomes that leadership demands. This hesitation creates a subtle but powerful energetic collapse that affects how direction is held inside. It paralyzes not because the masculine energy is absent, but because it's tangled in a quiet distrust of itself. Feeling vulnerable becomes an enemy, and the more the passive masculine tries to avoid this inner exposure, the more stuck it becomes. This conflict can look like someone who struggles to choose even when the options are clear, or who shrinks from taking responsibility because the emotional stakes feel too high. The space where confident action should live is instead clouded with second-guessing and doubt, which quietly blocks forward movement and dims one's presence in relationships and life. Yet it's important to understand that this hesitation is not a flaw. It's a signal. It reveals where the masculine energy is fragile, where trust in one's own emotional landscape has been shaken by past experiences. The fear here is not just about the external world, but about getting lost within oneself. This internal silence can echo the earliest moments of feeling unheard or unsupported, leaving a hesitation that reverberates through adulthood. The roots of emotional hesitation reach far beneath surface behavior into deep psychological soil. At its core, it is connected to wounded personal authority, the sense that one's internal compass is unreliable or unsafe to trust. When emotional hesitation dominates, the flow of masculine direction is fractured, creating a disconnect between knowing and doing. This fracture doesn't just stall decisions, it erodes connection with oneself and with others. Without the courage to move through vulnerability, real intimacy becomes difficult, and the magnetic pull of authentic masculine force grows weak. Understanding this hesitation means seeing it not as weakness, but as a call to reclaim the inner authority that fear has diminished. The path to healing is through cultivating trust in the emotional self, a trust that embraces uncertainty and welcomes vulnerability as a necessary part of growth. Clarity begins to emerge when the masculine energy allows itself to feel without judgment or retreat, when hesitation is held with compassion rather than harshness. This process is less about rushing to decide and more about settling into a rhythm of listening deeply to what rises from within before stepping forward. In practice, this might look like pausing to notice the physical sensations that accompany hesitation, the tightening in the chest, the flutter of doubt, the urge to freeze, and allowing them space without pushing them away. It's in these small moments of acceptance that inner clarity can build. Over time, the masculine energy learns to hold its own emotional landscape like a trusted guide rather than a territory to be feared. With patience and gentle self-awareness, hesitation loses its grip and becomes a quiet invitation to step into a fuller, more grounded version of purpose. The man who can't choose. Many men quietly carry a sense of paralysis at their core, an inability to make clear, decisive choices. It's as if a fog settles over the mind whenever a direction is needed, and suddenly the simple act of choosing feels overwhelming or even impossible. This isn't about indecisiveness born from laziness or apathy. It's a deeper energetic stagnation rooted in fear. When the fear of making the wrong choice becomes dominant, it silently drains vitality from within, stopping growth before it even begins. Over time, this hesitation seeps into every part of life: romance, work, purpose, creating a sense that life is happening to them, not from them. It's like standing at a crossroads, but the road signs are blurred, and every step feels uncertain, heavy, and slow. This kind of fear doesn't show itself in loud moments. Instead, it whispers in the background. It manifests as emotional hesitation, the inability to commit, to act with confidence, or to trust that the current path is right. The man who can't choose often feels powerless, caught between knowing what he wants and fearing the consequences of moving forward. When fear dominates, surrender replaces decisiveness. Instead of leading himself, he becomes passive, waiting for circumstances to decide for him, or hoping that clarity will magically appear someday. But clarity is seldom a lightning strike. It's found in small, deliberate steps. The man who can't choose is often stuck in an endless loop of cogitation, second-guessing himself and convincing himself that any choice could lead to disaster. This state of energetic indecisiveness isn't just about personal frustration. It reshapes relationships, creating a ripple effect of uncertainty and emotional distance. Partners can feel the man's hesitation, and it makes emotional intimacy fragile because trust relies on the man's ability to stand firm, to show up with certainty. When he can't decide, he unintentionally pulls himself out of emotional connection, leaving his partner feeling unsure of where things are heading. Within himself, he also loses access to a sense of power or purpose. Life feels like a series of wavering moments, each one dissolving into the next without clarity or direction. It's a slow erosion of confidence, an internal surrender that leaves him feeling drained and disconnected from his purpose, his passion, and his own sense of self. When a man constantly faces this internal gridlock, it's often because of a deep-seated fear of failure or rejection. He might have internalized that making the wrong choice will lead to undesirable consequences, so he avoids decision altogether. Over time, this avoidance turns into a pattern of emotional submission, an unwillingness to assert himself, to stand tall in his desires, or to risk the discomfort of uncertainty. But what he may not realize is that choice itself is a power, and avoiding it only reinforces the feeling of helplessness. The key lies in recognizing the fear as a shadow, not a truth. Learning to sit with discomfort, to accept that mistakes are part of growth, allows space for small, courageous steps to emerge. Every choice made with awareness awakens a slumbering strength, and from there, even the most hesitant man can begin to rebuild his capacity to lead himself and his life. Chapter 5: The Angry Masculine. Suppressed purpose. Suppressed purpose often thrives in the shadows of unacknowledged masculine fire, where a deep and unfulfilled longing simmers beneath the surface. This energy, when ignored or pushed down, can morph into frustration, a festering emotion that transforms into quiet rage. Many men find themselves grappling with this inner turmoil, often feeling out of place in a world that champions consistency but offers little room for the raw, untamed aspects of their being. The unresolved energy of purpose has the potential to ignite a blaze of passion and direction, yet when left untended, it can become destructive, damaging both self and relationships. The ache of suppressed purpose is not just an individual struggle, it resonates throughout the relational fabric of life. When purpose is buried, energy becomes misdirected. This misdirection leads to a cycle where men might channel their frustration into unhealthy outlets: workaholism, irritability, or emotional withdrawal, consequently impacting their relationships. Partners can sense this disconnect, often feeling the absence of presence. Without the dynamic energy of purpose propelling them, they become lost in the monotony of existence, unable to connect authentically with themselves or their loved ones. The spiral continues as self-awareness diminishes, leading to conflicts and misunderstandings that deepen the isolation and sense of inadequacy. Recognizing and reclaiming this suppressed purpose is not a simple task, yet it holds the key to restoring relational harmony and personal insight. Honest acknowledgement of one's desires and inner fire can spark a transformation. It's about embracing those darker emotions, not as weaknesses, but as indicators of what needs healing and expression. By allowing oneself to feel and articulate these frustrations, men open the door to rediscovering their internal compass. This journey, while challenging, can lead to a profound reconnection with their true essence, resulting in a more meaningful existence that deeply enriches their relationships and sense of self. Frustration as identity. When masculine purpose is trapped beneath layers of doubt, fear, or confusion, it often refuses to fade quietly. Instead, it smolders beneath the surface, morphing into a restless, clenched energy we call frustration. This frustration isn't random. It roots deeply where the masculine fire longs to express itself but feels blocked or denied. Imagine a river dammed, intended to flow freely in a specific direction, but held back by stones and debris. The water's strength doesn't disappear. It gathers, restless and frustrated, pressing against its limits without release. In many men and women alike, this energetic blockage becomes a chronic state where frustration attaches to the self and colors their identity. This frustrated masculine energy isn't just anger on the surface. It's a complex psychological knot forged in the silence of suppressed purpose and unmet inner calling. Beneath the visible irritation lies a wound from unmet expectations, whether from childhood, cultural pressure, or personal disappointment. When masculine energy cannot find clear expression or direction, it is like a fire starved of air, hot but suffocated, alive but suffocating. Without an outlet, frustration feels not just like a feeling, but becomes a way of being. People begin to wear their frustration as armor or even as a banner. I am restless. I am angry. I am never satisfied. It's hard to distinguish where the energy ends and the identity begins. In many cases, this frustration feels like a shadow companion, whispering fears and doubts, triggering impatience and conflict. It manifests in moments of indecision, in harsh words spoken to loved ones, or in the biting self-criticism that shuts down movement forward. The frustration often masks a deep longing for meaning and contribution, a yearning for a clear, steady purpose that feels absent. When masculine energy is not aligned with a true direction, the fire inside underperforms, becoming a slow burn rather than a guided blaze. This slow burn wears on emotional reserves and clouds perception, making clarity feel just out of reach. Recognizing this frustration as a signal instead of a sentence is a powerful turning point. It asks for compassion rather than judgment. Instead of blaming oneself or others for the stuck energy, it invites a softer investigation. What is this energy missing? What direction remains unclaimed? The key to moving beyond frustration lies in embracing authentic purpose, not as a fixed goal, but as a living, breathing process of discovery and commitment. Purpose is the axis around which masculine energy turns from restless heat into meaningful force. When purpose aligns with inner truth, frustration loses its grip. Fire that once felt suffocated begins to breathe, shining with clarity and warmth rather than smoldering in silence. There is no rush in authentic purpose, only a steady unfolding that builds momentum naturally. This shift can change everything, from relationships to work to the internal dialogue that shapes daily experience. The man who was once paralyzed by indecision feels the pulse of direction. The woman who sensed masculine impatience senses steadiness emerging instead. Allowing this transformation doesn't mean forcing a grand plan overnight. It means listening deep to the inner call, even amid discomfort, and letting that guide small, consistent action. Healing frustration starts with reclaiming the masculine fire as an ally, a force of creation and guidance rather than rebellion and resistance. As purpose takes root, anger that once felt like identity softens into a quiet power that ignites progress instead of conflict. One practical way to begin this healing is to notice moments when frustration arises and gently ask what need or desire lies beneath it. Is it longing for clarity, respect, freedom, or accomplishment? Naming this unmet need can shift awareness away from blame and toward possibility. Purpose grows from those small acts of attention. In time, frustration as identity can dissolve, leaving behind a steady current of masculine vitality, ready to flow and transform. Misuse of masculine fire. Many men carry an unspoken ache, an inner fire that's been dulled or hidden away. This isn't born from a simple desire to dominate or control, but from a deeper sense of purpose that's been muffled by life's pressures, expectations, and fears. When a man feels disconnected from what truly drives him, his anger can quietly simmer beneath the surface. It's as if a vital energy is trapped inside, longing to be unleashed but held back by self-doubt or societal conditioning. Over time, this suppression creates a buildup of frustration that manifests in subtle ways, often culminating in outbursts or silent resentment. Men often grow up learning that strength equals endurance, that showing vulnerability is a weakness, so they shove their fire inward, misplacing their power in self-denial. This misalignment between inner purpose and external expression is at the heart of many masculine struggles today. Men may appear calm or even detached, but underneath there's a restless energy that needs acknowledgement. It's a silent call for meaning, for action aligned with authenticity. When they ignore this call, their fire doesn't simply stay dormant. It can turn into bitterness, irritability, or an unnameable sadness that accumulates over years. Recognizing this pattern means understanding that anger, in many cases, is a messenger warning us of unfulfilled purpose or unrecognized strength. It's a signal that the energy meant to propel forward has become blocked, distorted through years of neglect or shame. Understanding how this misuse of masculine fire manifests helps in seeing how easily energy can be turned against ourselves. Men may act out in passive aggression or become aggressive without clear reason. Sometimes they withdraw entirely, believing that silence will keep the pain contained. Other times, they project their frustration outward, blaming circumstances, women, or the world itself. These are not just behavioral issues, but signals of a deeper imbalance. The masculine fire, when misunderstood, can turn into a force of destruction rather than creation. Men forget that fire, in its true form, is meant to transform. They are meant to burn away doubt and forge spirit. Instead, misuse turns fire into a destructive force that burns bridges and isolates hearts. Reclaiming this fire begins with returning to the core of what drives us. It's about reconnecting with a purpose that aligns with our true self, not one imposed by external expectations. Recognizing that anger is often a sign that energy is trapped, not weak, opens the door to healthier expression. Once a man understands that his fire can serve as a tool for growth rather than destruction, he can start to channel it into moments of clarity and courageous action. This is where healing begins, in seeing fire not as something inherently dangerous, but as a vital force that, when used wisely, can create, heal, and transform. The first step is recognizing that no fire is ever wrong in its pure form. It's only the misuse or repression that burns everything around it. For anyone feeling this tension, a simple but powerful move is to honor your energy rather than judge it. When frustration rises, ask yourself, what am I really passionate about? What purpose am I not giving space to? Sometimes a few deep breaths and a quiet moment to reconnect with what truly matters can start to uncork this bottled-up fire. Instead of pouring energy into frustration or blame, direct it inward and ask how you might reintroduce purpose into your life. Fire that is held back or misused creates scars, but fire that is acknowledged and directed becomes the transformative force it was always meant to be. This shift can turn suppressed anger into a tool for building strength and clarity rather than internal destruction. Chapter 6: The Lost Purpose. What gives masculine energy direction? This direction isn't about control or dominance. Rather, it's about knowing oneself deeply enough to navigate life with intention and purpose. Every man has a compass within, shaped by convictions, dreams, and experiences. When he begins to listen to this inner voice, the fog of confusion lifts, allowing him to step onto a path that feels right. The essence of this journey is finding the intersection between what he truly values and how he expresses those values in the world. Cultivating discipline as a living expression of internal guidance enables masculine energy to move from chaos to clarity, from purpose to action. Discipline is not an external set of rules, but a personal commitment to align daily actions with that inner direction. It's the practice of consistently choosing what nurtures growth, even when it demands sacrifice. This commitment creates a powerful ripple effect, fostering resilience and focus. Over time, as the masculine learns to embrace discipline, he transforms fleeting intentions into lasting habits, manifesting his vision into reality. The small daily actions he takes, grounded in his authentic self, become stepping stones toward his greater aspirations. The relationship between direction and masculine energy is a vital one. Without a clear sense of purpose, energy can become scattered and diluted. This scattered energy often leads to frustration and feelings of impotence, where desires fade into mere thoughts. However, when a man recognizes and follows his core direction, he not only uplifts himself, but inspires those around him. He becomes a beacon of strength and clarity in a world that often feels aimless. One simple, yet transformative practice is to take a moment each day to reflect on personal values and desires. By doing this regularly, one can cultivate a deeper understanding of what truly matters, guiding one's actions toward a fulfilled and aligned life. Discipline versus collapse. Discipline is the thread that weaves purpose into the fabric of masculine energy. It holds the power to steady restless minds and restless hearts alike, carving a path through chaos and confusion. When masculine energy feels fragmented, overwhelmed, or unmoored, discipline acts like a lighthouse, casting a steady beam across the turbulent sea. It does not demand perfection or harsh control, but offers a quiet, unwavering focus that anchors direction. In this space, masculine energy regains strength, no longer scattered but centered, moving deliberately toward what matters most. This steady presence is not about rigid rules or harsh self-punishment. It is about choosing to return to one's purpose moment after moment. It is the gentle but firm hand that guides intention out of distraction and into action. Discipline creates rhythm and consistency, drawing masculine energy out of inertia and igniting the spark of actual creation. Through it, a sense of inner authority blossoms, not an external demand, but an internally held compass that points with clarity through life's noise. In practice, this means returning to the core impulses that give masculine energy its drive, whether that is building, protecting, leading, or creating. Discipline is the invisible force that moves these impulses from fleeting ideas or desires into lived reality. It is the difference between restless energy spinning in place and calm energy flowing with purpose. When discipline is embraced, masculine energy reclaims its capacity to manifest direction, which becomes the foundation for attraction, connection, and profound fulfillment. Collapse happens when masculine energy retreats from its natural direction, slipping into a state of surrender, not the surrender of peace, but the surrender of inertia. It is the heavy weight found in indecision, the silence where passion once hummed. This kind of collapse is not a breakdown from external forces alone, but an internal giving up, a quiet erosion of the drive to move forward. It feels like being stuck in fog, where desires blur and the future seems unreachable. Without discipline, masculine energy loses its tether, leaving the self adrift and vulnerable to distraction, doubt, or emotional paralysis. Yet there is a subtle difference between collapse and rest. Collapse is not the nourishing pause that allows for recovery. It is the stagnation that breeds frustration and dissolves clarity. It feels like sinking under the weight of too many options or fears, swallowing the impulse to act. This state drains the very essence of masculine energy, making it harder to reconnect with purpose. In collapse, attraction and motivation dull, leaving a deep internal void where once there was possibility. It's as if the compass spins without settling, and the inner voice that once spoke with confidence is now drowned out by hesitation. Healing this collapse requires more than willpower. It calls for gentle realignment. True resilience grows not from pushing harder, but from cultivating a consistent inner discipline that redraws the map to one's deepest desires and untapped potential. This is less about forcing action and more about reclaiming presence and honest accountability. By welcoming discipline with compassion, masculine energy begins to stabilize again, finding its way back from the fog to the light of clear direction and sustained momentum. Finding the internal compass. To find your internal compass, start by understanding that masculine energy is fundamentally built around direction. It's the part of you that looks outward and asks, "Where am I going?" This isn't about controlling others or rigid rules. It's about knowing what genuinely pulls you forward, what aligns with your deepest truth. Often, this sense of direction is buried beneath subconscious fears or societal pressures, but it's always there, waiting to be tuned into. Discipline becomes the tool that helps clarify this inner map because it creates small, consistent checks that keep you aligned with your core purpose. Without discipline, impulse and distraction can lead you astray, leaving you feeling adrift, disconnected from your true north. Imagine discipline as the quiet anchor that keeps your boat steady amid turbulent waters. It isn't about harsh rules or self-punishment, but rather about cultivating habits that reflect what truly matters to you. When you set clear routines, whether it's dedicating time each morning for reflection, committing to specific goals, or simply choosing to act in alignment with your values, you strengthen the internal muscle that guides your actions. Over time, these habits become like stars in the night sky, fixed points that help you navigate when confusion sets in. This internal discipline is what gives masculine energy its firm, unwavering sense of purpose, anchoring it against the chaos of modern life. Reconnecting with your internal compass begins with quiet listening. Take time to sit in stillness, free from distractions, and ask yourself what truly matters. Your purpose doesn't have to be grand or complicated. Often, it is found in simple truths, helping others, creating something meaningful, or pursuing mastery over a craft. Notice what excites your heart and ignites a sense of duty or calling. When you identify this, craft gentle routines that support it, rather than force yourself into paths that aren't yours. The process of reclaiming discipline isn't about perfection, but about consistency, trusting yourself enough to return to your purpose whenever you stray. In this way, discipline becomes less about restriction and more about trust. Trust that your internal compass will guide you when you listen and follow through. One practical way to strengthen this internal GPS is to set small, intentional checkpoints. These aren't rigid deadlines, but rather moments to pause and recalibrate. It might be journaling at the end of each day, asking, "Did I act in harmony with my deepest values?" Or simply tuning into how your body feels when you've taken aligned action. Over time, these tiny rituals integrate into your life and build an unshakable sense of purpose rooted deep within. The key isn't in forcing yourself to find the perfect direction overnight, but in cultivating awareness and steady trust in your inner guidance. It's about moving step by step, noticing what makes you feel alive and purposeful, and having the courage to follow it, even when it diverges from mainstream expectations. Chapter 7. The Armored Feminine. Emotional Walls. Emotional armor often builds up silently, brick by brick, in the lives of women as a necessary response to past hurts and disappointments. In childhood, many learn that vulnerability is risky. Perhaps they witnessed emotional outbursts, felt rejection, or experienced betrayal. With each instance, they become more adept at shielding themselves. These walls aren't erected out of malice. They are designed for survival. They protect against the sharp edges of disappointment and shield the tender core of emotional truth that can feel too exposed to the world. Over time, the simple act of putting up these defenses becomes a complex system of barriers that, while initially protective, can turn into a prison. The impact of these emotional walls can be quite profound. Trust, a vital ingredient in any intimate relationship, often erodes under the weight of concealed fears. When a woman's heart is encased in armor, the warmth of connection feels distant. Her ability to truly surrender and receive love is dimmed. She may find herself in a cycle where she longs for closeness, yet recoils from it. The irony is that while these defenses seem like strong fortifications, they often lead to feelings of isolation and emptiness. Intimacy requires a dance of vulnerability and exposure, but when walls are present, that dance is stifled, leaving both partners feeling disconnected. Understanding the nature of these emotional walls is the first step toward dismantling them. It involves honest reflection, a willingness to confront the past, and a commitment to self-discovery. Recognizing that it's okay to feel fear and that vulnerability can actually foster stronger connections can be liberating. There's a profound beauty in surrendering to love and allowing oneself to be seen, flaws and all. The journey of lowering emotional defenses is not an easy one, but it's a journey worth taking. Practical steps, like openly communicating fears with a partner or exploring emotional triggers through journaling or therapy, can help begin this process. Removing the bricks of emotional armor allows for a more authentic, fulfilling experience in life and love. Hyperindependence. When emotional walls rise, they are rarely built out of mere stubbornness or hardness. They emerge from a place of deep vulnerability, often etched by past wounds and disappointments. Like the biblical figure Samson, whose strength was tied to his hair, but whose vulnerability led to his downfall, these walls become an unconscious defense. They are strong, unyielding barriers designed to protect the tender, exposed parts inside. Behind these walls lies a wounded core that has learned the world can be unsafe, that love can sting, and that surrender can lead to loss. These are not just random constructions. They are carefully crafted fortresses born from moments where letting down guard felt dangerous or impossible. Within these protective boundaries, there is a fierce desire for safety, but also a subtle loneliness that few can see. The walls may keep the pain from spilling out, but they also block the warmth of connection. Emotional armor does its job by holding intensity at bay, fear, sadness, longing, but in doing so, it muffles the very essence it aims to guard. The strength that comes from this defense is paradoxical. It signals resilience, yet often harbors exhaustion from continuous self-protection. The feminine essence beneath this armor remembers tenderness, flow, and surrender, yet it struggles to breathe freely because of these invisible chains. Hyperindependence emerges as a natural extension of these emotional walls. It is not merely a personality trait, but a survival mechanism that insists, "I must do this alone. I cannot rely on anyone." This stance creates an armor that shields the feminine essence from deeply trusting others or embracing vulnerability. When surrender feels like surrendering control to potential harm, choosing independence becomes a way to stay whole. It's a whispered promise that by managing everything solo, the risk of being hurt or disappointed shrinks. But in this quest for self-reliance, there is often a quiet cost. The surrender that invites deeper connection and softness feels both terrifying and unreachable. Carrying the weight of hyperindependence means walking a tightrope between strength and isolation. On one hand, there is undeniable power in standing firm, in steering one's own ship through stormy seas without asking for a lifeboat. Yet this power can harden into a habit of shutting out others, closing off channels where help, love, and energetic exchange flow. The feminine energy, at its core, thrives on flow, receiving and giving without resistance. When hyperindependence becomes the rule, the delicate dance of trust and surrender is replaced by a guarded stance that keeps the heart at arm's length, dimming its natural glow. This is not rebellion against connection, but a quiet protection of a fragile, soft center craving to be safe first. Understanding hyperindependence as armor invites compassion, both towards oneself and others who wear it. This armor often forms because, at some point, dependence brought pain. It shields from repeated heartbreak and disappointment, creating a sense of control in an otherwise unpredictable world. Recognizing this can open a pathway toward gently stepping out of that isolation. It allows the realization that choosing moments of vulnerability does not erase strength, but reclaims wholeness. A practical step towards softening hyperindependence begins by acknowledging small moments when asking for support feels possible, honoring even the tiniest acts of surrender. Over time, these moments can loosen the grip of armor, allowing the feminine essence beneath to breathe, to rest, and to invite connection not as a risk, but as a source of renewal. Distrust of surrender. Many people carry a deep-seated belief that surrendering, letting go of control, of defending themselves, equates to losing their safety. This trust deficit toward surrender begins early. When someone experiences rejection, emotional hurt, or betrayal as a child, they learn that opening up makes them vulnerable. Over time, that vulnerability feels like stepping into a trap, so they build walls that seem protective. These defenses aren't chosen consciously. They are habits shaped by fear, woven into how they see trust and safety. For the feminine core, those parts of us that long to be seen, held, and truly loved, trusting the process of surrender can seem like risking everything. When trust is broken, surrender feels like weakness. Instead of a gentle release into flow, it becomes a gamble, with the odds stacked against vulnerability. The more these inner fears grow, the more emotional armor is reinforced. Walls of skepticism and guardedness rise higher to prevent those old wounds from reopening. It's a way of ensuring that pain doesn't get repeated, though it also keeps love, intimacy, and true connection at bay. This armor acts as a form of protection, but it's a double-edged sword. Ironically, by refusing to surrender, many reinforce their own loneliness. They keep others at a distance, convinced that safety lies in emotional separation. The fear of surrender often disguises itself as strength, independence, or self-preservation. Yet beneath that armor, there's usually a quieter voice pleading for softness, a wish to trust again, but feeling impossible. It's like holding a fragile seed deep inside a vault, secure from harm, but unable to grow because it's hidden away in darkness. Understanding how this distrust of surrender forms can help break the cycle. It begins with recognizing that trust isn't about appearances or performance. It's a quiet act of vulnerability. When the feminine fears surrender, it often stems from past experiences that taught it that trust is dangerous. Maybe someone betrayed its softness, or perhaps it learned that love is conditional. These lessons create a protective shell, but one that blocks the very nourishment that allows love and deeper connection to flourish. Learning to soften those defenses involves revisiting the underlying fears with compassion. It means gently challenging the assumptions that surrender equates to weakness or chaos. Because surrender isn't about losing power, it's about trusting the current of life, allowing oneself to move with it instead of fighting against it. When surrender is trusted as an act of courage rather than a capitulation, a new space opens for vulnerability without catastrophe. It's in those small, conscious choices that genuine safety begins to form. A trust not based on certainty, but on the willingness to risk, to be seen, and to allow love to flow through once more. Chapter 8. The Numbed Feminine. Disconnection from feelings. Disconnection from feelings often acts as a wall between the self and the world, particularly for those who identify with the feminine energy. This barrier makes authentic expression nearly impossible, as it locks away the emotions that are meant to flow freely. It is a common experience to feel adrift, battling against an invisible force that hinders one's ability to connect deeply with others. When emotions are denied or suppressed, the vibrant colors of life fade into shades of gray, leaving one feeling stagnant and isolated. This emotional disconnection doesn't just affect personal interactions. It permeates every facet of life, creating distances that are hard to bridge. The roots of this numbness often trace back to early experiences where vulnerability was met with resistance or scorn. In an attempt to keep safe, many learn to build walls that eventually become cages, trapping them in a state of emotional rigidity. The irony is that while these protective mechanisms provide a sense of safety, they simultaneously stifle the ability to feel, love, and connect deeply. The longing for reconnection sits like a dormant seed, waiting for the right conditions to blossom, but often feeling like an insurmountable challenge. Recognizing this deep yearning is the first step toward dismantling the emotional barriers that have been erected over time. When individuals begin to acknowledge their disconnection, they confront not only the fear of being seen, but also the pain of unmet needs for genuine intimacy. It's essential to understand that vulnerability is not a sign of weakness, but rather a powerful act of courage. Reconnecting with feelings requires a safe space, both internally and externally, where it's acceptable to explore emotions without judgment. Engaging in practices that foster emotional awareness can be deeply beneficial. Whether it's through journaling, therapy, or creating art, these outlets offer pathways back to the self. Allowing oneself to feel, in all its complexity, can be the first step toward healing the disconnection. Embrace the process with compassion for yourself, recognizing that the journey back to emotional richness is as important as the destination itself. When safety becomes rigidity. Safety is the foundation where the feminine energy finds its softness, trust, and emotional flow. Yet, when this safety becomes rigid, it can harden into a protective shell that dulls feelings instead of allowing them to breathe. Emotional numbness often creeps in as a subtle defense mechanism. What once was a gentle guardian of the heart turns into a barrier that keeps vulnerability locked away. This rigidity isn't a conscious choice, but a survival response, a way to hold steady amid past wounds or ongoing fears. The feminine, meant to be fluid and open, feels stuck under the weight of safety's inflexible grip, leading to disconnection from true feelings and a fading of the natural emotional ebb and flow. When the feminine shuts down, it's not because she doesn't want to feel or be vulnerable. It's because the landscape of safety has transformed into a fortress. Walls rise to protect from perceived threats, rejection, emotional pain, or simply being misunderstood. The softness that once invited connection now retreats into numbness, and the rich spectrum of emotions flattens into a dull, gray monotony. This numbness can show up as silence in moments where tears or laughter once flowed freely, or as a distance that feels impossible to bridge with others or even with oneself. It's not an absence of feelings, but a deep disconnect from them. A refusal to risk the chaos of emotional exposure even when the heart craves it. Under this rigid safety, the feminine's radiant vulnerability dims quietly, often unnoticed. It becomes easier to move through life wearing armor than to show the messy, raw truth beneath. Yet this armor, while protective, also isolates, cutting off vital currents of intimacy and self-expression. The body knows this truth deeply, holding tension where emotions want to surface, breathing shallowly where it longs to be full and free. In this state, even love itself can feel out of reach, not because it isn't present, but because the feminine energy is trapped behind a wall that keeps her own light from fully shining or receiving. Safety, in its most hardened form, becomes not a sanctuary but a cage that dulls the feminine essence instead of nurturing it. Beneath this armored surface, there is a longing that never truly fades. Despite the numbness or the walls built to keep pain away, the feminine carries a profound desire to be seen in her fullness, to be heard without judgment and loved for all her contradictions. This longing pulses quietly, like a hidden melody waiting for someone to slow down and listen. It is the deep ache of every muted tear, every withheld sigh, every time vulnerability was met with silence or rejection. It's not just a desire for comfort, but a call to reclaim authenticity, to break free from the rigidness that safety created and step gently into emotional openness. When awareness touches this pain, it sparks a tender possibility, an invitation to soften the walls and invite back the flow of feelings that belong to her natural state. Awareness is the first gentle step toward unlocking this frozen place. Naming the numbness, feeling the yearning beneath it, and giving permission for emotions to emerge without rush or fear gradually begin to dissolve the rigidity. Small, mindful moments, like noticing the body's sensations, admitting hidden fears, or simply sitting with a quiet ache, can open channels back to trust. This is not a quick fix or a demand for vulnerability on command. It's a slow unfolding, a loving return home to oneself. In this tender space, the feminine learns that she is safe enough not because she built impenetrable walls, but because she can meet her own emotions with compassion and steady presence. From that place, softness and strength are no longer opposing forces, but dance partners that move together freely. The path from numbness to authentic feeling often winds through curiosity and patience. It may involve leaning into discomfort rather than turning away, learning to recognize when safety's rigidity is speaking through resistance or emotional shutdown. Over time, the feminine energy learns that true safety arises not from perfect control or complete protection, but from courageous surrender to vulnerability. This surrender doesn't mean weakness. It means trusting that her feelings, however raw or intense, are valuable and worthy of attention. This trust slowly unravels the rigid safety that once felt necessary, allowing the feminine to flow back into her natural rhythm, reawakening the richness of emotional life that fuels love, connection, and creative expression. Try this as a practice. When you notice emotional numbness or stiffness in yourself, pause and ask what longing is hiding beneath that stillness. What part of your heart wants to be seen or heard? Allow that question to linger quietly, without pressure, as a gentle whisper to your inner world. You don't need to rush to answer or fix anything. Simply recognizing this longing can begin to soften the grip of safety's rigidity and open the door toward a more alive, tender, and authentic feminine experience. The fear of being seen. Many women experience a sense of emotional numbness, a kind of hollow feeling where moments of genuine connection used to exist. This numbness often begins as a subconscious attempt to protect themselves from pain. When the world feels unpredictable or overwhelming, the mind and body learn to shut down feelings as a survival mechanism. Over time, this shielding becomes a habitual state, causing feelings to feel distant, even absent. It's as if emotional boundaries get thicker, making it difficult to access feelings that once brought joy, passion, or tenderness. This emotional armor acts like a barrier, not just to pain, but also to pleasure and intimacy. Women may find themselves feeling detached from their own emotions, no longer able to tell what they truly feel or what they want. This isn't weakness or a flaw. It's a deep-seated attempt to stay safe in a world that often teaches to be cautious with vulnerability. In fact, their rigidity is born from the desire to control or avoid exposure. Being emotionally open seems risky, like stepping into a storm of judgment or rejection. So, they build walls, big walls, because the fear of being truly seen is far too loud to ignore. Behind that quiet, numb exterior lies a deep longing to be recognized for who they really are. Women want to be seen with all their vulnerabilities, not as flaws, but as essential parts of their human experience. They wish to be held in a space where their full emotional truth is accepted, not judged or minimized. The ache to be truly understood is real and human, something that every single person craves at their core. But the challenge is how safety is often mistakenly linked to control, controlling their feelings, the environment, or the perception of others, rather than embracing vulnerability as a strength. Change begins when they start to see that safety doesn't mean hiding or shutting down. Safety can be found in the willingness to be open, to let their guard down slowly and intentionally. It's about feeling enough trust in themselves and their surroundings to reveal their true selves, knowing that they will be held with kindness. Healing happens when women understand that true safety is rooted in authenticity, not in perfection or armor. When they learn to redefine safety as openness, they create space for genuine connection, first with themselves, then with others, and from there, the numbness begins to melt away, revealing their full, vibrant emotional landscape. Chapter 9. The Feminine Wound. Fear of Receiving. Accepting love. Vulnerability is often seen as a weakness, yet it is one of the most powerful gateways to accepting love into our lives. We hold so tightly to control, fearing what might happen if we let go. However, the essence of love thrives in the spaces of surrender and trust. Accepting love requires us to step into this vulnerability, to take a leap into the unknown and allow ourselves to be swept away by the flow of connection. When we surrender control, we open ourselves up to the fullness of life. It's about letting go of the preconceived notions of how we think things should unfold and embracing the unexpected beauty that love offers. This surrender doesn't mean being passive. Rather, it means trusting that the universe is working in our favor, even when we can't see the full picture. Practical practices can help us cultivate receptivity to love. Start by creating space in your daily life dedicated to stillness. This can be as simple as taking a few quiet moments each morning to breathe deeply and set an intention for openness. Meditation can help to quiet the chaos of the mind and clarify what it means to be present. Embrace small rituals that bring you into the moment, like sipping tea slowly or taking a mindful walk, where you can feel the world around you without distraction. Open your heart to the beauty of these moments. As you practice being present, notice how love quietly weaves its way into these experiences. It might show up in a gentle smile from a stranger or in a shared laugh with a friend. Recognize these moments as love's quiet power making its way into your heart. To deepen your acceptance of love, consider journaling your feelings. Write about times when you felt loved and cherished, even in small ways. Reflect on what made those moments special and how they made you feel. This simple act can help you reconnect with the warmth of love and bring those feelings to the forefront of your consciousness. Another practice is to openly express gratitude, not only for the love you receive, but also for the love you give. Recognize the beauty in both sides of this exchange. Accepting love isn't just about receiving. It's about recognizing its presence in every interaction. As you embrace love's quiet, powerful nature, you'll find it in unexpected places, awakening a sense of connection that enriches your life. Even the tiniest experiences of love can serve as reminders of the depth and beauty our hearts can hold when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable. Letting in support. Opening your heart to receive love and support is one of the most courageous acts you can perform. It asks you to step beyond the familiar guard of independence and control, inviting vulnerability to walk alongside strength. When you let in support, you are not surrendering weakness, but offering a sacred trust, a quiet affirmation that you are worthy of care and connection. This process softens the boundaries that protect but also isolate, allowing genuine tenderness to ripple through your inner world. Vulnerability in this sense becomes a doorway, lined with the bravery it takes to risk feeling seen and known without armor. When support is welcomed gently and intentionally, it transforms from a simple exchange into a profound spiritual practice. Receiving is far from passive. It asks for presence and openness. It means sitting with discomfort, maybe resisting the instinct to fix or repay immediately, and instead allowing others to express their generosity as a means of connection. This kind of receptivity rebalances the energy between giver and receiver, creating a dance that nurtures healing and growth on both sides. You learn to trust not only the outside world, but your own capacity to welcome what you need without guilt or shame. Turning the act of receiving into a daily practice brings you closer to living in harmony with your whole self. It calls you to slow down, notice when you shut doors, and gently pry them open just enough to invite a breath of fresh air. This rhythm, the ebb and flow of giving and receiving, is the pulse of healthy relationships and personal wholeness. By letting in support, you open a channel for fresh energy to enter, one that restores depleted parts of you and illuminates spaces where growth is ready to begin. Consider today how you might receive more freely, not just things, but time, kindness, and presence, and notice how that softens the edges of your world. Healing receptivity. Many of us carry the quiet belief that we need to perfect ourselves before we can truly receive love, support, or abundance. We cling to the idea that controlling the outcome will keep us safe. But in truth, holding tightly only blocks the flow of life and love coming toward us. Learning to receive begins with a deep act of surrender, a willingness to loosen our grip on how things should unfold. It's about trusting that life and others want to give if we're willing to soften enough to open. When we try to manage every detail, we miss the subtle signals that support is already nearby, waiting for us to simply say yes and relax into what's offered. Releasing the need to control is nothing more than giving ourselves permission to let life love us, not just work or strive for us. Understanding that true receiving starts with trust transforms how we approach vulnerability. We often see surrender as weakness or defeat, but it's really an act of strength. It requires us to quiet the constant mind that judges, plans, and assesses, and instead listen inwardly to what our deepest self calls for, be it stillness, softness, or open-heartedness. When you begin to trust, you step into a place where giving and receiving are no longer separate. Instead, they become a harmonious flow, like a gentle stream that moves effortlessly around rocks. The more you practice trust, the more you notice that life is already offering what you need, even when it doesn't arrive the way you expected. Learning to accept this with patience is the foundation of true receptivity. Cultivating genuine receptivity often means facing our resistance, the subtle fears that if we relax, we'll lose control or even be harmed. We tend to think that effort and vigilance keep us safe, but they also block the natural currents of connection and abundance. To shift into a place of openness, it helps to see surrender as something nurturing, not naive. It's a conscious choice to step back from the endless urge to fix or manage, and instead lean into trust. Simple practices can assist in this, such as pausing before reacting, taking deep breaths when emotions run high, or setting aside moments of quiet reflection. These small acts remind us that receiving is an ongoing state, a delicate dance of opening and closing, of trusting and surrendering. The more familiar we become with this rhythm, the more our inner world reflects the calm certainty that life is fundamentally supportive. Practicing gentle openness allows us to inhabit a space where vulnerability naturally blooms. When we let go of the need to appear strong or self-reliant, we create room for things to flow in without resistance. This involves not only physical acts of slowing down, but also softening our mental attitude, releasing judgments about ourselves and others. Sometimes, receiving simply means allowing a compliment, a kind gesture, or support to touch us without immediately pushing it away. It's an invitation to accept what's given as a gift rather than a challenge to be earned. Building this openness day by day transforms our relationship to life. It turns the act of receiving into a sacred practice, one that strengthens our sense of trust, nurtures our inner peace, and quietly rebalances our relationship with the world around us. One practical way to deepen your capacity to receive is to find moments each day where you consciously relax and breathe into openness. Notice when your mind resists, and gently bring your attention back to the present moment. Affirm to yourself that you are worthy of what life offers, simply because you are here. Allow yourself to pause before reacting or pushing away, giving space for life to move through you instead of blocking it. Over time, this simple act of remembering your willingness to surrender transforms your experience. It reveals that receiving isn't a passive act, but an active, loving choice to trust life's ongoing flow, and that trusting will continuously deepen your ability to truly accept all the goodness waiting to come your way. Chapter 10. Why Attraction Fades. Polarity Collapse. The absence of polarity in relationships often leads to a sense of emotional sameness that can feel suffocating. In modern partnerships, many people find themselves in a loop of comfort and predictability, where voices merge into a familiar melody that lacks the spark of genuine attraction. This emotional neutrality might feel safe, yet it strips relationships of their vibrancy, leading to a stagnant bond that ultimately becomes unfulfilling. The initial desire can fade into a soft hum of companionship, but without that electrifying difference, the seductive dance of attraction struggles to ignite. Many couples slip into what can be called a best friend dynamic, where the playful energy of romantic flirtation evolves into a cozy, platonic connection. In this comfortable space, conversations lack tension, and the light-hearted banter turns into predictable exchanges. While both partners might find solace in this familiarity, it comes at a cost. Desire wanes when there are no distinctions, and what once drew them together slowly evaporates. Embracing energetic contrast, where one person embodies depth while the other channels openness, becomes essential for rekindling passion. Recognizing the lost magnetic pull can inspire couples to navigate back to a space where desire thrives, breathing new life into their connection. Emotional sameness. When two people in a relationship begin to feel the same way all the time, calm, safe, comfortable, it might sound ideal. But this sameness often hides a quiet danger beneath the surface. Emotional sameness is the soft blur that dulls the edges between two distinct energies, robbing connection of its fire and depth. Instead of the dynamic push and pull that fuels desire, what remains is a kind of flatness, a sameness that feels safe but leaves the soul restless. We're wired to notice contrast, hot and cold, light and dark, stillness and movement. This natural polarity creates a magnetic charge between people, one that wakes the senses and stirs longing. Without it, passion can wither, replaced by companionship that feels more like coexisting than truly meeting. Think about the moments when attraction feels magnetic, the excitement of difference, the thrill of someone moving in a rhythm that isn't quite yours but still feels familiar. Emotional sameness strips away this soundtrack, leaving behind silence where once there was music. This sameness shows up not because partners don't care, but because both sides have softened their edges in an attempt to avoid conflict or discomfort. Instead of expressing full emotion or claiming unique energy, a neutral middle zone takes over, making them appear almost interchangeable. In this place, the energy that once sparked connection is replaced by a mirror reflecting identical calmness or numbness, a quiet space where desire quietly dissolves. When polarity is lost, so is the contrast between giving and receiving, leading and following, empire-building energy and receptive flow. Instead of the natural dance between masculine and feminine forces, there's a blending into a monochrome emotional state. This sameness feels safe, yes, but also deeply lonely. It challenges the magnetic spark that draws two people toward each other and instead invites emotional numbness, boredom, or the sense that the relationship is stuck in a loop. The paradox is that true safety isn't about losing difference. It's about being fully seen, edges and all, and trusted enough to express natural rhythms, even if they clash sometimes. Awareness of polarity isn't simply about assigning roles or following rigid rules. It's about recognizing how our unique energies breathe life into connection. When we begin to notice how our feelings and ways of being complement or contrast with those of our partner, we open a doorway back into that primal spark. It's the subtle shifts in energy, the push of purpose against the pull of surrender, that create a tension pregnant with longing. This tension brings vitality and keeps desire alive. Becoming aware of when emotions and energies flatten out allows us to consciously invite difference back into the relationship, helping to restore the dance between hearts. Reviving polarity requires courage, the willingness to break emotional sameness by reclaiming your inner rhythm, voice, and feelings even if they aren't always comfortable for the other person. It means allowing yourself to be fully masculine or fully feminine in action and feeling, to lean into your purpose or your flow without apology. It also means recognizing and appreciating the distinct but complementary energy your partner brings. When this balance is consciously nurtured, it reawakens desire and connection, transforming relationships from stagnant comfort zones into spaces of electric possibility. In this process, small moments of honest emotional expression play a powerful role. Sharing what truly stirs you, what excites or frustrates you, invites your partner into your world with fresh eyes and alive ears. It pulls you both out of predictable patterns and into genuine presence. This presence, charged with polarity, has its own kind of magic, an invitation to be seen and desired as your unique self, not a version flattened by sameness. One practical way to interrupt emotional sameness is to notice the natural rhythms of masculine and feminine energy within yourself and your relationship throughout the day. Pay attention to times when you feel more driven, leading, or focused, and when you feel more receptive, flowing, or healing. Naming these states without judgment helps make invisible energy visible. From there, you can gently encourage balance by leaning into contrasting energy. For example, bringing softer receptivity when you notice rigidity, or inviting more purpose and direction when things feel too flat. These shifts awaken the energetic dialogue that keeps hearts alive and craving each other's presence. The best friend trap. Over time, many modern relationships shift quietly into a space where partners become more like companions than passionate lovers. The initial spark, fueled by intrigue and the thrill of discovery, often dulls as familiarity takes hold. Instead of maintaining the energetic pull that draws two people together, the relationship settles into a comfortable routine. This comfort isn't inherently bad, but when it becomes the main flavor of the connection, attraction begins to fade. As the emotional boundaries between you soften and merge, the energetic differences that once created a magnetic tension weaken. When you stop feeling the contrast, masculine strength paired with feminine vulnerability, direction paired with flow, the excitement dissipates. Instead, what remains is a sameness that feels safe but also, somehow, dull. This drift from polarity often happens so slowly that it's barely noticeable until one partner looks around and asks, "Where did the passion go?" What often happens next is that couples fall into what can seem like a natural state of friendship, where the relationship becomes rooted in shared routines, inside jokes, and mutual support. It's comfortable, so comfortable, in fact, that desire gets crowded out by familiarity. The energy that once sparked attraction gets lost in the day-to-day. When you view your partner mainly as your best friend, someone you talk to about everything, share your life with, and lean on, the boundary between friendship and romance blurs. It's easy to mistake closeness for chemistry, but emotional closeness alone isn't enough to sustain lust. Without the energetic polarity, passion begins to fade, leaving behind a connection that feels more like friendship than romance. When this happens, the dark side of the best friend dynamic emerges. The relationship feels safe but also stagnate, lacking the fiery edge that once made it compelling. This pattern often creates a subtle but powerful trap. It's so tempting to enjoy the ease of shared life that most don't realize their romantic energy is quietly draining away. When two people stop intentionally cultivating their polarity, when they ignore the playful tension, the push and pull, they risk becoming stagnant. The emotional foundation gets so thick with familiarity that desire becomes a distant memory. Instead of feeling drawn to each other, they settle into a rhythm of routine, comfort, and predictable sameness. Once attraction fades into a background hum, it's easy to mistake it for genuine intimacy, but underneath is a disconnection from the core energetic dance that originally made love feel fiery, alive, and magnetic. Recognizing this trap is the first step toward reclaiming the passion that's often hiding beneath years of safety and familiarity. To stay aware of this trap, notice how the conversations with your partner shift over time. If the focus narrows to mundane topics or shared routines, and little space remains for playful, flirtatious, or even challenging interactions, the energy begins to settle into a flat line. The key is to revisit the distinctions between friendship and romantic magnetism, understanding that true attraction thrives on energetic differences. Small actions like playful teasing, physical touch that carries intention, and consciously creating moments of polarity can reignite that spark. Remember, feeling like a best friend isn't inherently wrong. It's a sign of deep love. But love also needs to include a spark of the unfamiliar, a sense of being captivated by each other's unique energy, or the connection risks becoming a comfortable but stagnant journey. Sometimes, creating space to be seen differently, bringing back the tension, the challenge, or the mystery, can make all the difference in reigniting lost desire. Chapter 11: Sexual Magnetism and the Dance of Opposites. Charge and pull. Charge is the energy that ignites desire, rooted in the interplay between opposite forces. It's that spark you feel when your eyes meet someone else's across a room, the way your heart races as you sense attraction in the air. This energy isn't just a feeling. It's a fundamental element of our existence. It fuels our ambitions, our connections, and our passions. Imagine the contrast between a candle and a roaring fire. The candle's flicker has a certain warmth, a subtle draw, while the fire's intensity commands attention and ignites our primal instincts. In relationships, this charge manifests as a dance of energy where opposite qualities attract. The boldness of masculine energy invites the nurturing flow of the feminine, forming a dynamic interplay that creates attraction. This push and pull creates a vibrant energy that makes relationships thrilling and alive. The concept of pull goes beyond mere physical attraction. It represents a magnetic force fueled by intimacy, connection, and the unspoken language that dances between two people. This unseen thread often tugs at our hearts, drawing us closer to those we resonate with deeply. When people are genuinely present with one another, pull can be felt in every glance and gesture. It's the way your partner makes you feel seen without uttering a word, or how a simple touch can send shivers down your spine. Pull thrives in subtlety. It doesn't have to be brazen or loud. Instead, it is found in the quiet moments, a shared laugh, an understanding nod, or the weight of a lingering gaze. This magnetic attraction is crucial to building intimacy. The deeper the pull, the stronger the connection. In our modern world, understanding this pull is essential, as it can remind us that every meaningful relationship involves this unseen energy that can invigorate or diminish our bonds. Recognizing the balance of charge and pull in your relationships can transform the way you connect with others. Take a moment to notice how these energies play out in your life. Are you bringing enough charge to your interactions, or is there a lack of pull that keeps you feeling disconnected? Experiment with ways to enhance both elements. This could mean embracing your boldness to establish charge while allowing vulnerability to foster pull. The interplay of these energies not only enriches your relationships, but also fuels your sense of purpose and fulfillment. The erotic tension mechanism. Sexual magnetism is not about simple physical attraction or superficial connection. It is the result of an energetic dance, a subtle charge created by true opposites meeting and igniting a dynamic pull. When masculine and feminine energies come into contact, they generate a natural tension, like the crackle before a spark. This isn't just chemistry. It's an exchange of energy that stirs something deep within us, a silent force shaping desire and the magnetic dance between two people. This charge is the essence of erotic tension and the foundation on which sexual magnetism builds. Imagine these energies as magnets with opposing poles, push and pull, giving and receiving, direction and flow. When you experience an authentic energetic contrast, it's like you're feeling two currents moving in close proximity, irresistibly drawn together, yet holding their own power and space. The masculine energy brings a grounded presence and focus, while the feminine energy offers openness and receptivity. Together, they create a charged field of attraction that feels electric, magnetic, and sometimes even inexplicable. This is the pulse that awakens desire beyond the physical, touching a deeper layer of connection. But this tension doesn't arise from conflict or opposition in a harmful way. It is a delicate interplay of differences that celebrate each other's unique qualities. If one energy lacks its shape or expression, that spark can't form. Erotic tension depends on a clear polarity where each person fully owns their energy, without trying to change or diminish the other. It is this balance and contrast that stirs the soul's longing and deepens the magnetic pull between partners. Erotic tension is not static. It thrives in the space between two people. It dances in the subtle distance, the slight hesitation before movement, the gentle teasing of proximity without full merging. This dynamic is as much about holding space as it is about coming together. Desire grows in the measured push and pull where presence and absence mingle. When lovers hold just enough distance to preserve mystery and allow energy to build, the intensity of attraction rises. Closeness without tension tends to flatten desire, while too much distance can cause disconnect. The magic lies in the unfolding rhythm between the two. This interplay of tension is like breathing in and out, a cycle of charging and releasing that feeds erotic energy. When one invites the other in, then pulls back with grace, it creates a flow of anticipation and longing that feels electric. A look, a word, or a touch carries weight because it ripples through that charged space. Erotic tension awakens more than just the body. It calls forth curiosity, vulnerability, and the desire to truly engage and be known. It is this dance that deepens connection and makes desire alive and urgent. Understanding this mechanism can be transformative. When couples recognize the magnetic power of polarity, they can nurture it instead of unintentionally draining it through overfamiliarity or emotional sameness. The secret lies in respecting each other's energetic essence, allowing space for difference while honoring attraction's pull. This balance invites a dance where the erotic tension pulses quietly beneath the surface, ready to awaken again and again. Try noticing how tension shows up in your own relationships, not as a problem to fix, but as a vital signal of energetic movement. Sometimes, what feels like frustration or distance is simply tension waiting to be expressed and invited. Play with presence and space, take notice of timing and pace, and observe when the electric charge returns. Erotic tension is less about control and more about rhythm, attuning to each other's energy and allowing desire to breathe freely between you. How masculinity invites feminine expression. When masculinity is embraced authentically, it becomes a conscious force that clears a space for feminine energy to breathe and flourish. Instead of trying to dominate or control, true masculine presence offers clarity and stability, creating a foundation from which feminine qualities can expand naturally. This isn't about putting on a tough mask, but about embodying a grounded, aware confidence that invites trust. It's like planting a sturdy tree whose roots reach deep into the earth, allowing the branches to sway freely in the breeze without fear of collapsing. This kind of masculinity focuses on purpose and steady direction. It's showing up in life with integrity, clarity about one's values, and a willingness to lead from a centered place. When a man is secure in himself, he radiates a warmth that's not about needing approval, but about holding a space that feels safe. This safety signals to the feminine that it's okay to soften, to reveal her softer, more vulnerable side without judgment or fear of getting lost. The stronger the masculine courage, the more space there is for feminine expression to unfold like a delicate flower leaning into the light. Feminine energy resonates deeply with genuine strength paired with vulnerability. When the masculine is present with quiet assurance, the feminine feels no need to armor herself or hide parts of her truth. Instead, she feels invited to dance freely, sharing her tenderness, her intuition, her creative chaos. Masculinity acts like a mirror that reflects back the feminine's essence, encouraging her to step into her full vibrancy without hesitation. It's a dance of attraction rooted in mutual respect, each energy recognizing and amplifying the other. Practically, this means that when a man shows up with honest intention and a clear sense of purpose, he unknowingly signals to the feminine that she can trust her own flow. He becomes an anchor, a steady hand that guides without forcing, creating the fertile ground where feminine expression can grow wild and free. The beauty of this dynamic is that it naturally fosters a deep sense of connection and magnetism, as both energies move together like two tides. Masculinity, in its highest form, simply invites the feminine to show up more openly, more genuinely, with nothing to hide and everything to give. Chapter 12: Energetic Compatibility. Core Polarity versus Preference. Core polarity serves as the deep, underlying energetic blueprint that shapes our attraction and sense of purpose. This blueprint consists of two fundamental energies, the masculine and the feminine. While these energies exist within everyone, their expression can feel deeply personal and unique. At the core, masculine energy embodies direction, purpose, and clarity, while feminine energy encompasses flow, intuition, and connection. Recognizing these energetic currents can help us understand our innate drives, the relationships we form, and how we navigate the world. For instance, if a person resonates more strongly with masculine qualities, they may find themselves drawn to paths that offer structure and leadership. Conversely, someone with a predominant feminine energy may thrive in nurturing environments that allow for creativity and emotional depth. Our core polarity influences not only who we are, but also whom we attract. Preferences, on the other hand, represent the flexible, conscious choices we make within our core energy. These choices are shaped by our life experiences, cultural influences, and personal growth. While core polarity remains fairly consistent throughout our lives, preferences can shift as we encounter new situations, relationships, and perspectives. For example, a person with a strong masculine polarity may go through a phase where they prefer partnerships that challenge them or bring out their softer side. In another instance, someone who predominantly embodies feminine energy may gravitate towards leadership roles to explore confidence and assertiveness. Preferences allow us to express our core energy in varied ways, sometimes leading us to surprising new avenues for connection and self-discovery. Understanding the distinction between core polarity and preferences is essential for deepening our relationships and enhancing self-awareness. It invites us to acknowledge the unchanging parts of ourselves while remaining open to the dynamic ways we can express them. Instead of viewing our desires through rigid lenses, we can appreciate the dance between stability and fluidity. When we learn to honor our core energies while exploring our preferences, we become more authentically ourselves. This balance between foundation and exploration not only adds richness to our lives, but also fosters healthier relationships. Cultivating awareness around these energies can empower us to engage in more fulfilling connections, making room for both personal growth and deeper intimacy. Why similar energy equals friendship? When two people meet and feel an instant ease between them, often it's more than just a coincidence of interests or conversations flowing smoothly. There is an unseen current that pulls them into harmony, a resonance deep within their core energies. This kind of connection isn't built solely on shared hobbies or familiar backgrounds, but on an unspoken matching of inner rhythms. These energies vibrate quietly beneath the surface, shaping how we perceive each other and how naturally we move together in conversation, presence, and emotional exchange. This resonance creates a sense of understanding so effortless it almost feels like coming home. Words seem unnecessary because the energy between two people is already speaking volumes. When core energies align, there is no need to try hard or explain. The bond unfolds with a soft, natural grace. This is the essence of true friendship, an unforced flow where both individuals can show up fully and be seen without filters or pretenses. Imagine walking into a room where someone matches your vibe, not because you consciously look for it, but because your inner worlds mirror each other in tone, pace, and emotional color. That shared energy becomes a magnetic thread weaving you together. It makes conversations effortless and trust automatic, planting seeds for a friendship that doesn't just survive but thrives in authenticity. True connection goes beyond enjoying the same music or liking the same movies. It grows from a shared energetic landscape. When two people reflect each other's inner states, their emotional textures, outlook on life, and even the way they carry their feminine or masculine energy, they form a bond that feels deeply nourishing. This mirroring is not about copying or being identical, but about resonating on the same frequency. That alignment creates a sense of safety and belonging that is rare and precious. In friendships based on this energetic harmony, individuals feel encouraged to express their deepest feelings and thoughts without fearing judgment. The shared space between them is one of acceptance and mutual understanding. The connection feels alive, constantly shifting with subtle emotional cues and unspoken communication. It nourishes the soul because it reflects back what each person naturally holds inside, their hopes, fears, strengths, and vulnerabilities. This mirrored inner world means that even silence together doesn't feel empty or awkward. It carries a richness because both senses inhabit a similar energetic zone. Friendships like this often last through time and change because they are rooted in something fundamental and unshakable, an alignment that cannot be fabricated or forced. It asks very little but gives deeply in return: presence, empathy, and an authentic meeting of souls. A practical way to recognize this in your friendships is to notice how interactions feel after the initial excitement wears off. Do you feel renewed and understood, or drained and misunderstood? The difference often lies in how closely your inner energies align. When they do, friendship is less about effort and more about a natural ease and joy that can quietly sustain you through life's ups and downs. How complementary energy fuels desire. Imagine two people standing on opposite edges of a room, each with their own unique energy. One might be assertive, driven by clarity and purpose, while the other exudes openness and receptivity. When they come together, it's not just about shared interests or mutual affection. It's about their energies creating a subtle but powerful attraction. Opposite energies draw us in because they feel alive and complete one another, like two puzzle pieces fitting perfectly, not because they are identical, but because they balance each other's gaps and tensions. This energetic difference sparks a magnetic pull that keeps desire alive and vibrant. It feeds the fire of curiosity, longing, and the thrill of discovery each time they come into contact. When we feel this pull, it often seems effortless, like a silent knowing that something essential is happening beneath words and actions. This attraction operates on a level that feels almost primal, rooted in the physics of energy rather than surface traits or superficial chemistry alone. Understanding the subtle dance of complementary energies means recognizing that attraction isn't just about chemistry or shared hobbies. It's about how our inner worlds move and respond. When one person embodies a sense of direction, clarity, or purpose, what we could call the masculine energy, it naturally seeks a counterpart who embodies flow, emotion, and receptivity, what we might call the feminine energy. This isn't about gender stereotypes, but about how these energies function within everyone to create balance. The masculine energy offers a sense of stability and a desire for achievement, while the feminine provides grace, nurturing, and emotional depth. Together, they create a continuous exchange, a dance where each energy fuels and refreshes the other. This balance is what keeps the connection alive, prevents it from becoming dull or mechanical, and fosters a deepening passion rooted in mutual energy exchange. When these energies align, desire is stirred not just by physical attraction, but by emotional resonance. It's the sense that beneath the surface, there's a natural pull, a rhythm that feels almost predestined. This unseen dance keeps a relationship charged because it depends on energies that naturally seek each other out, rather than force or superficial compatibility. It's like tuning two musical instruments to the right pitch. They vibrate in harmony because each is attuned to the other's fundamental note. If one becomes overly rigid or loses touch with their natural flow, the connection weakens and the desire starts to fade. But when both energies are safeguarded and cultivated, they act as a continuous source or reservoir of vitality, keeping desire fresh and fueling a deeper trust and understanding that sustains love over time. Paying attention to this energetic dance creates a simple truth. Desire isn't just about physical attraction or shared experiences. It's about how your inner energies meet and engage with another's in a way that fosters warmth, excitement, and a sense of coming home to oneself through the connection. By nurturing your own flow and direction, and respecting the need for the other's openness and emotional vulnerability, you create a fertile ground for this magnetic pull to thrive. When both partners actively honor and maintain their respective energies, desire remains alive, not just as a fleeting feeling, but as a living, breathing force that continually draws them deeper into connection. The key is understanding that desire is fueled by this silent dialogue of opposite energies, constantly exchanging and renewing each other, lighting up the space between two people with an undeniable and magnetic force. Chapter 13: Direction and Purpose. Finding inner direction. Understanding the silent currents of inner direction reveals how deeply they influence our sense of purpose. Every individual carries a compass within, an innate sense of what feels right and what is not. This compass is often drowned out by the noise of external expectations, societal pressures, and personal fears. To find true direction, one must recognize these internal signals and honor them. By tuning into our feelings and instincts, we can begin to distinguish between what is truly ours and what has been projected onto us by the world. This inner direction is not loud or flashy. It often whispers in moments of solitude, inviting us to listen closely. Practicing quiet awareness is a powerful step toward tuning into the subtle signals that guide you toward your true path. Start by setting aside moments of stillness in your day. This might mean taking a few deep breaths, meditating, or simply sitting in silence. Notice what arises in those moments. Are there thoughts that keep recurring? Patterns that seem to emerge? The more you make space for these reflections, the clearer your direction becomes. Journaling can also be an excellent tool. Writing down thoughts and feelings helps externalize the internal dialogue. This practice allows us to sift through emotions and beliefs, uncovering the pathways leading us closer to our true selves. Remember, finding inner direction is not about choosing a predetermined path. It's about noticing the signs that appear as you move through life. These signs can take many forms, from the people you meet to the opportunities that arise unexpectedly. Look for moments of flow, those instances when you feel energized and fully engaged. They often signal alignment with your inner compass. Trust your journey, embrace the uncertainty, and know that direction will unfold naturally as you stay connected to your authentic self. A simple tip is to ask yourself each day, what feels right for me today? Allow your answer to guide your actions. The masculine relationship to mission. The masculine energy moves through life as a force seeking direction, like a river carving its path through stone. Its nature is to push forward, to create a line of focus amidst the chaos of the mind and the world around it. This direction is not random. It emerges from an inner clarity that comes from understanding what truly matters, a purpose rooted deeply enough to withstand distraction and doubt. When this clarity is present, masculine energy feels alive, steady, grounded, and capable of change. It is a fuel that drives action, not just for the sake of movement, but for transformation, both within and beyond. Discipline is the vessel through which masculine energy holds its direction. This is not the harsh control that people often imagine, but rather a quiet commitment to consistent steps, even when enthusiasm wavers. Discipline becomes the heartbeat of purpose, beating steadily beneath the surface, allowing the masculine to build momentum and structure. Without discipline, direction becomes a fleeting dream, fragile and easily lost. But with it, the masculine energy creates a foundation from which profound transformation arises, not as a sudden burst, but as a slow, patient unfolding. Inner clarity does not come from external success or approval. It is discovered in the silence beneath the noise, in the willingness to face fears and uncertainties honestly. This clarity is like a compass that guides the masculine force toward what feels genuine and alive, cutting through confusion and societal expectations. It demands self-honesty, an acknowledgement of wounds and wounds that might resist change, yet it promises a return to a more authentic and powerful state. True masculine direction is born here, in this raw and unvarnished place where potential is given shape by intention and courage. Action without deeper motive becomes noise, movement without meaning that quickly exhausts the masculine energy instead of feeding it. When a man aligns his efforts with a mission that speaks to his heart and spirit, his energy sharpens and gains a magnetic quality. This mission is not always about grand achievements or external recognition. Often, it is something quiet, personal, and deeply felt. The work itself, when aligned with inner truth, feeds the masculine soul and draws others in without force. There is a sense of gravity, an invisible power that keeps him tethered to his course, even when obstacles arise. Rooting masculine energy in a clear mission helps to resist the temptations of distraction and self-doubt. Instead of reacting to what pulls from the outside, the masculine force learns to respond to its own inner signal. This cultivation of mission demands patience and self-reflection, as the true purpose is rarely handed to anyone on a silver platter. It emerges through trial, failure, and moments of stillness. The mission becomes a lighthouse, holding steady in the storms of uncertainty, giving masculine energy a reason to persevere beyond superficial goals or fleeting desires. When a man is connected to his mission, just one small, deliberate action can ripple outward with strength and conviction. The masculine energy becomes a current that moves through life with intention, not by accident. This alignment between action and motive transforms not only the individual, but also the space he inhabits, offering a presence that supports growth, change, and connection. Cultivating this sense of mission requires ongoing self-trust and care, honoring both the fire that drives and the steadiness that grounds. A practical way to begin tuning into this clarity is to pause regularly and ask, "Why does this matter to me?" Asking this gently, without judgment, opens a door to discovering what truly fuels the masculine spirit. It's not always about answers, but about the willingness to listen deeply, an act that sets the course free to move with authenticity and courage. Building internal certainty. Building internal certainty is like planting a tree deep within your soul. It's the quiet, unshakable knowing that no matter what happens externally, you are anchored in your truth. When your inner world feels stable, your choices become clearer, and your purpose gains a natural flow. Without this foundation, life can feel unpredictable, like floating on uncertain waters where every wave threatens to tip you over. Internal certainty isn't about knowing every step ahead, but about trusting your connection to what truly matters inside. This certainty shapes your direction, giving you a sense of inner coherence that guides your actions without second-guessing or hesitation. It's what allows you to stand firm in your values even when the world around you shifts. Imagine a compass that consistently points north, no matter how much chaos spins around it. When you cultivate this unwavering inner confidence, your purpose reveals itself effortlessly, not as a loud declaration, but as a gentle, persistent voice guiding you forward. Too often, we look outside ourselves for validation or clarity, searching for signs that tell us we're on the right path. But real certainty comes from within, kindled by moments of stillness and honesty. It's built from the quiet knowledge that your worth isn't up for debate and that your path is unique, with lessons only you can learn. When you trust this internal voice, it becomes easier to say yes to the right opportunities and no to distractions that don't align with your deeper purpose. One of the simplest but most powerful practices to develop this certainty is cultivating a daily habit of checking in with yourself. Take a few moments each day to ask, what feels true for me now? Listen to the subtle cues from your body and mind, and honor the answers that surface. This daily reflection helps you stay connected to your inner compass, especially during times of doubt or confusion. Another effective step is creating a personal truth journal. Write down your core beliefs, values, and moments when you felt most aligned with your purpose. Revisit these entries regularly to remind yourself of your innate strength and clarity. Over time, this reinforces your sense of self-trust and crafts an internal map that is uniquely yours. Practicing self-compassion is also critical. When doubts or fears arise, instead of battling them, welcome those feelings as parts of your journey. Speak to yourself with kindness, acknowledging that uncertainty is natural on the path of growth. This gentle acceptance paves the way for trust to deepen, allowing your inner certainty to flourish without pressure or forcing. Finally, anchor yourself in the present moment through breath or meditation. When you pull your focus away from endless thinking about what might go wrong or what you lack, you reconnect with what is. This present-centered awareness provides stability and clarity that no external validation can match. As these practices accumulate, your internal certainty begins to stand as an unshakable foundation, your inner lighthouse in the storm. Chapter 14: Presence and Stillness. Nervous System Leadership. The nervous system is the silent architect of our internal world. It governs our responses to life, our ability to feel, connect, and lead ourselves through the complexities of existence. Understanding this system allows for conscious leadership over our inner energies. The two main branches of the nervous system, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic, represent our instinctual reactions and our capacity for calmness and recovery. The sympathetic system is responsible for our fight-or-flight response, kicking in when we feel threatened. In contrast, the parasympathetic system helps us relax and rejuvenate, facilitating a state of rest and digest. In leading ourselves, it's essential to attune to these two systems. Recognizing when stress or anxiety hijacks our decisions is a powerful first step. For instance, in moments of conflict or challenge, the sympathetic response can push us to react impulsively, creating an emotional chaos that detracts from our ability to engage authentically. On the other hand, leaning into the parasympathetic state enables us to access clarity, empathy, and wisdom. This balance transforms our reactions into thoughtful responses, allowing us to lead from a place of inner strength. Now, how do we cultivate this presence and stillness? One effective method is through mindful breathing. This practice helps ground us, slowing down our heart rate and activating the parasympathetic system. Start by taking a few deep breaths, feeling the air fill your lungs, and letting it out slowly. Focus on each inhalation and exhalation. By doing this regularly, you train your body to shift from reaction to reflection, from chaos to calm. Another step is developing a routine that includes quiet moments, whether through meditation, journaling, or simply sitting in silence. Allow yourself the space to process thoughts and emotions without judgment. In these moments, you can observe your body's responses, recognizing which situations push you into a sympathetic state. This awareness can lead to deeper insights about your triggers and habits, empowering you to lead with intention rather than impulse. Lastly, create a support system of individuals who encourage vulnerability and authentic expression. Surrounding yourself with a community that values emotional truth fosters a safe space for growth. These connections help reinforce your ability to stay centered and present amidst life's unpredictability. Embracing these practices not only enhances your leadership over your inner energies, but also enriches your relationships, fostering an environment of trust and understanding. Calm is masculine magnetism. True masculine magnetism is rarely loud or flashy. It lives quietly in a space of stillness, in the kind of presence that doesn't rush or grasp. This calm isn't just the absence of noise or distraction. It's an anchored force that moves inward first, carrying a silent confidence that draws others effortlessly. When a man nurtures this inner calm, he taps into an energy that feels solid and grounding to those around him. It is not a shout or a demand, but a steady pulse beneath the surface, a magnetic field generated by clarity, ease, and an unshakable sense of purpose. Presence created through calm is different from simply waiting or pausing. It is an active, vibrant silence. Within it lives patience that understands timing without control, power that chooses not to prove itself, and a deep awareness that trusts what is unfolding. This kind of stillness connects directly with the core of masculine energy, which is fundamentally about direction and leadership, qualities that can only grow strong when rooted in steadiness. The calm masculine does not need to fill space with words or actions to be noticed. His gravitas speaks through the quiet solidity of his being. This state of calm radiates as magnetic in relationships because it signals safety and reliability. When a man embodies this quiet strength, it allows those around him, partners, friends, co-workers, to relax, lowering their defenses. Without anxiety or urgency, his calm becomes a stable ground for others to lean on. This naturally pulls people closer, stirring attraction not through external achievement, but through the unspoken promise that he is fully himself, complete and undistracted. Becoming this kind of calm presence begins inside. It is not about pretending to be cool or detached, but inviting a deeper awareness of your own internal rhythm. The masculine energy that is calm does not rely on external validation or drama to feel alive. Instead, it is nourished by an inner compass that guides decisions and actions, balancing intensity with ease. When this balance exists, magnetism grows not because the man chases or forces connection, but because he simply becomes an unshakable point in his own existence, inviting others into the orbit of his centered attention. To anchor oneself in this calmness, the first step is cultivating mindful presence in everyday moments. This can be as simple as noticing the breath when the mind begins to race or observing the body's sensations during stress. Such moments ground you back to yourself, creating tiny islands of stillness within a busy world. Over time, these pockets of awareness grow into a deeper calm that no external circumstance can easily shake. Practicing this regularly helps to train the nervous system to respond with steadiness rather than agitation. Another vital step is learning to listen deeply, both inwardly and outwardly, with patience that doesn't interrupt or jump to solutions. When masculine energy softens into witness rather than reaction, it shifts from tension to ease, becoming magnetic. This doesn't mean passivity. It means choosing when to act with clarity instead of impulse. That pause before a decision is the space where calm transforms into power, where attraction shifts from surface level to an energetic current that pulls people in at a profound level. Allowing calmness to become a force also means embracing uncertainty without the need to fix or control everything. The masculine in its purest form is about direction, but resting in calm teaches that sometimes direction arises not from force, but from trust in the process. This surrender to what is not only steadies the mind, but makes the energy behind it richer, fuller, and more magnetic. It is like a river flowing steadily, not frantic, but inevitable in its pull. People feel drawn to that kind of unwavering flow because it suggests strength, resilience, and deep connection. One practical way to deepen this calm is through simple rituals that reconnect you with your body and breath. Even a few minutes of meditation, slow walking, or focused breathing can shift the nervous system out of reactive mode and into a state of calm readiness. Over time, these practices shift your baseline energy, making calm your natural response instead of agitation. This inner shift ripples outward, altering the way others perceive your presence. Calm becomes your invisible signature, a quiet allure that needs no words or gestures to be felt. Being grounded in chaos. When chaos surrounds us, whether it's the noise of a busy city, the relentless pace of daily life, or the unpredictable currents of emotion within, we often feel ourselves swept away, losing touch with a sense of stability. Yet, it is in these moments of turbulence that grounding becomes a quiet act of rebellion and resilience. Grounding is not about escaping chaos. It's about anchoring ourselves deeply in the present moment, where our true essence rests beyond external turmoil. It involves creating a steady point within, a place where calm can gather and expand, no matter how wild the world appears outside. Practicing grounding in presence means developing a capacity to stay centered even when everything feels unstable. This doesn't require us to suppress our feelings or ignore the chaos around us, but to recognize that our core self remains untouched beneath the surface. It's about cultivating a relationship with our body, with our breath, and with the sensations that remind us who we are when everything else is shifting. When we slow down and pay attention to our internal landscape, placing focus on our breath or feeling our feet on the ground, we create a stable anchor that can hold us steady while the storm rages around. Sometimes, chaos is loud and consuming. Other times, it's quiet but persistent, like a worry that gnaws at the edges of our mind. Grounding offers a refuge inside that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. It's a reminder that amid the upheaval, our true self remains present and resilient. By consciously choosing to return to this anchor, we regain clarity and strength. The chaos may continue, but our inner peace becomes a sanctuary, a place from which we can observe, breathe, and respond intentionally rather than react impulsively. One practical way to reinforce this grounding is through simple mindfulness, pausing, noticing your breath flowing in and out, feeling the sensation of air on your skin, or observing your surroundings without judgment. These small acts of presence build a reserve of calm that becomes a refuge during times of intense stress. Over time, these moments accumulate, transforming chaos from a force that overwhelms into a wave you learn to ride, staying centered while the world moves and shifts around you. Remember, true grounding isn't about controlling the external environment, but about cultivating a deep internal stability. When you prioritize this inner focus, even chaos becomes a lesson in surrender and resilience. It teaches you that no matter what storms brew outside, there is always a quiet, unshakable core within you, waiting to be called upon whenever chaos appears. A simple yet powerful tip to strengthen this grounding is to set aside a few minutes each day for a stillness check-in, where you pause, breathe intentionally, and notice what's happening inside. Over time, this practice helps you build a rely-on inner calmism, a quiet strength that remains grounded through every upheaval. Chapter 15: Integrity and Action. Keeping promises to self. Keeping promises to oneself is a profound agreement that shapes the foundation of our integrity and self-worth. Each promise acts as a thread in the fabric of our identity, weaving together our values, desires, and aspirations. When we honor these commitments, we nurture an authentic relationship with ourselves. This relationship is built on trust, and it reflects our willingness to accept, nurture, and affirm our changing selves. Life pushes us to evolve, and those promises serve as anchors, helping us navigate the tumultuous seas of transformation. To honor oneself means to embrace the journey of becoming, recognizing that each commitment, big or small, holds the power to shape our reality. Over time, when we repeatedly break promises to ourselves, we can undermine this trust and lead ourselves into cycles of disappointment and self-doubt. The consequences become a whisper of misalignment that echoes through our every thought and action. A commitment to ourselves signals self-acceptance, and it encourages us to listen to our inner voice with respect. Each time we make a promise, we take a step closer to embodying the person we aspire to be. This commitment, however, is not just about keeping track of tasks or goals. It's about aligning our lives with our evolving identity and desires. It's in this alignment that we find the courage to challenge our limitations and embrace our fullest potential. To deepen self-trust, start with small, manageable promises. Choose something simple and relevant to your daily life. It could be as small as committing to take a walk 3 times a week or dedicating a few minutes each day to silence and reflection. The key is to ensure these commitments resonate with your true self and aspirations. As you succeed in keeping these small promises, you generate positive momentum, building a reservoir of trust within. Each time you meet these commitments, celebrate it. Acknowledge your efforts and the transformative power of integrity. This practice not only reinforces your commitment, but also cultivates gratitude for your own resourcefulness. Reflective practices can also enhance this journey. Consider journaling your thoughts and feelings about your commitments. What drives you? What fears arise when you think about keeping promises to yourself? By putting pen to paper, you externalize your internal narrative, allowing you to dissect and understand it more clearly. Use this as a space to explore your evolving self. Additionally, mindfulness exercises can ground you in the present, helping to clarify whether your current path aligns with your intentions. Engage in practices that bring you back to the present moment, such as meditation or connecting with nature. The stronger the connection to your inner truth, the more accurately you can translate your promises into actions, bringing you one step closer to the life you desire. Affirmations can also spark motivation and commitment. Speak words of encouragement to yourself, reminding you of your strength and resilience. By integrating these practices, you create a nurturing environment that fosters the growth of self-trust and authentic integrity. You become your own cheerleader, guiding yourself toward a future that embraces who you are evolving into. Allow each promise, each action, and each reflection to reinforce your path, leading you to live a life that's true to your inner essence. This foundational work lays the groundwork for a fulfilling, authentic life grounded in the promises you keep to yourself. Energetic weight. Energetic weight is not something you can see or touch, but it is felt deeply inside, like the gravity of a heavy sky pressing on your chest when you've been carrying invisible burdens for too long. It arises whenever the delicate balance between your inner masculine and feminine forces shifts out of alignment. These two energies, one seeking direction and the other flowing with life, depend on each other to create movement, inspiration, and attraction. When one side grows too dense or the other becomes too diffuse, the result is a heaviness, a resistance that slows your spirit down and dims your sense of purpose. Imagine your inner world as a river with currents pulling in opposite directions, each strength lending the other its power. The masculine gives a steady, forward drive, while the feminine offers softness and openness, encouraging flow. When these currents clash, or when one dominates without the other, the energy thickens, becoming weighty rather than light. This imbalance doesn't just exist inside. It weaves itself into the ways you move through life, how you pursue dreams, and how you connect with others. That magnetic pull you've longed for, the spark that fuels desire and vitality, often feels dulled because the energetic polarity that creates it has been compromised. Energetic weight shapes more than the way you feel inside. It transforms how others experience you too. When you carry this weight, your presence can feel heavy, serious, or shut down. The ease of playful engagement, spontaneous desire, or intuitive giving struggles to find space. You might notice a resistance in your body, a tightness in your chest or shoulders, or a dull ache that never quite fades. This is your energy signaling that it is stuck, layered with unexpressed feelings, withheld creativity, or unresolved inner conflict. Instead of flowing like a dance, your inner forces press against each other, demanding release but unsure how to find it. At its core, energetic weight is an invitation. It asks you to become aware of the areas where your inner masculine and feminine are out of sync and to recognize which parts of you have been carrying more than their fair share. Too often, we hold on to emotional pain, old stories, or fears that feel like protective armor but instead create heaviness. This weight can keep you stuck in cycles, attempts to move forward feeling sluggish or like pushing a boulder uphill. It calls for a conscious letting go, a willingness to shed what no longer serves the harmony of your inner forces, so that energy can once again flow freely, opening space for authentic attraction and a genuine sense of purpose. When energetic weight influences your actions, it shows up as hesitation, frustration, or disconnection from your own desires. You may find yourself caught between wanting to step boldly into life and a deep reluctance to move, like your feet are glued in place. Relationships can feel strained, not because of any particular conflict, but because there is an invisible drag in emotional exchange. Your conversations might circle around the same issues, your connections lacking the spark they once had, or your mutual energy feels flat and uninviting. This happens because energy, when balanced, naturally draws people in and invites intimacy. When burdened by weight, it creates distance and resistance. Learning to notice when you are carrying this energetic heaviness can change everything. It means paying attention to the moments when you feel drained after certain interactions or when your body tenses inexplicably. It also means exploring what beliefs or emotions you're holding that contribute to this load. Sometimes, it is a fear of vulnerability or failure. Other times, a need to constantly control or protect yourself that thickens your energy. Whatever the cause, the key is compassion toward yourself and honest recognition. This opens the door to releasing unnecessary burdens, whether through emotional expression, movement, or simply allowing space to breathe without demands. The process of releasing energetic weight invites you to rediscover flow inside your body and soul. It might be as simple as surrendering to moments of stillness, letting tears fall, or finding joy in movement without agenda. It could mean setting boundaries where before there was only overwhelm or learning to ask for support instead of holding everything inside. These small acts renew the balance between your masculine and feminine energies, reducing the pressure and inviting a lighter, freer way of being. This kind of inner alignment doesn't erase life's challenges, but gives you the strength and grace to navigate them with presence and magnetism. One practical starting point is to tune into your breath when you feel heavy or stuck. Notice if it is shallow, tight, or uneven. Then allow yourself to breathe deeper and slower, imagining that each exhale lets go of a piece of the weight you carry. With awareness and patience, this simple practice can help loosen the grip of energetic burdens and create space for your true inner force to shine, bringing clarity to your purpose and reigniting the energy of attraction that lives within you. Action as spiritual discipline. Action is the bridge between intention and reality. It takes invisible dreams, silent yearnings, and inner stirrings and turns them into something tangible. Instead of waiting for divine guidance to land perfectly in our laps, we learn to practice action as a way to ground our spiritual growth. Each step, no matter how small, creates a ripple that reshapes our inner world. It's about showing up authentically, with courage or vulnerability, knowing that even imperfect efforts contribute to the unfolding of our deeper purpose. Turning spiritual desire into everyday action isn't about perfection. It's about consistency and fidelity to what matters most. When you decide to speak honestly, set a boundary, or pursue what truly calls your soul, you affirm your commitment. Every step becomes a spiritual act, a declaration that your inner truth is worth embodying. This relentless movement forward helps dissolve the gap between who you want to be in your heart and who you are showing up as in the world. Cultivating action as a discipline invites us to see our choices as sacred. It asks us to honor our deepest truth through each decision, big or small. Sometimes, it may be choosing vulnerability over safety, listening instead of reacting, or stepping into a new territory of growth even when fear whispers loudly. These acts, repeated over time, forge a new way of living, one aligned with essence rather than ego, presence rather than avoidance. This practice also challenges us to develop integrity by committing to the steps that resonate with us at our core. When we act based on what we believe, even when it's inconvenient or uncomfortable, we build inner harmony. Our actions become a reflection of our values, anchoring us amidst life's chaos and uncertainty. Intentional action, rooted in awareness, transforms fleeting desires into powerful momentum, lifting us beyond our doubts and into clarity and purpose. Consistent practice of action as discipline deepens the connection between spiritual intention and daily life. It's about making choices that reflect growth, love, and authenticity. If you want your life to mirror your highest ideals, start with one conscious step today. Small acts of honesty, kindness, or dedication can become the foundation upon which much greater transformation is built. Action turns dreams into reality, one deliberate step at a time, reinforcing that your outer world is shaped by your inner commitments. Remember, every moment is an opportunity for a new beginning. When you act with awareness and intention, you create space for growth and healing. Over time, these acts build resilience, clarity, and alignment. The key is to see action not as a task, but as a spiritual dance, a rhythm through which you honor your soul's calling and live with integrity. Small, authentic steps can ripple outward, touching everything around you and guiding you toward your true purpose. Practicing action as a spiritual discipline involves showing up even when it's hard, trusting that each movement forward enriches your inner landscape. It's not about rushing or forcing outcomes, but about honoring the process and the lessons embedded within each step. With patience and consistency, action becomes a sacred tool, an everyday practice that keeps your spirit alive and your life aligned with your deepest truth. A simple but powerful tip: set one small intention each day, something that aligns with your higher self, and follow through on it. This could be as simple as a kind word, a moment of gratitude, or a decision to listen more carefully. Over time, these small acts accumulate, shaping your life into a canvas of intentional living where each step is a conscious choice toward your growth. Chapter 16: Expression and Emotional Flow. Returning to feeling. Many of us walk through life encased in a shell, disconnected from our true emotions. This detachment often stems from past experiences where vulnerability felt unsafe or unwanted. Reconnecting with our raw feelings can be like peeling away the layers of an onion, revealing authenticity hidden beneath. It starts with acknowledging the messiness of our emotions: fear, joy, sadness, and elation. Each of these feelings carries a unique energy that can guide us toward our true selves. When we allow ourselves to truly feel, we unlock a flow of emotional honesty that reestablishes our inner compass, granting us a clearer sense of direction in life. This journey back to feeling requires embracing discomfort. Often, we erect walls around our hearts to shield ourselves from pain, but those very walls keep out love and joy as well. Imagine standing in a stream, where water symbolizes emotions flowing freely. If we block that stream, the water stagnates. By gently removing the barriers we've built, we let the currents of our emotions wash over us and cleanse our spirit. This emotional flow can help us reconnect with what matters, guiding us in our relationships and the choices we make. It leads to a more genuine experience of life, where every moment, even the painful ones, contributes to our growth. Returning to feeling begins with simple practices that invite vulnerability into our lives. One effective way is through mindful awareness. Taking time each day to check in with ourselves helps in recognizing what we're truly feeling. This can be achieved through journaling. Writing down feelings without judgment helps to untangle emotional knots. Another practice is meditation, which encourages us to sit with our emotions without the need to fix or change them. By simply allowing feelings to exist, we foster a sense of acceptance that is deeply healing. Creative expression. Creative expression is more than just making something beautiful or impressive. It is a sacred space where your deepest emotions can find their voice. When you create, you bring your inner world into form, letting feelings that often hide beneath the surface come alive in shape, sound, movement, or words. This process allows you to meet yourself where you are, without judgment or filters, revealing parts of your truth you might not even have fully recognized. In that act of creation, emotional authenticity unfolds naturally because you no longer pretend or hold back. Instead, you give permission for your soul to breathe and speak in its unique language. Many shy away from creative expression because they feel it demands skill or external approval, but its real value isn't in perfection or product. It's in the raw honesty of showing up for yourself. Whether it's painting without knowing what will emerge, writing a single sentence from the heart, or moving instinctively to music, these moments become a sacred vessel for your feelings. This container holds your vulnerability safely, allowing it to expand instead of contract. As a result, your inner truth gains strength and clarity, offering a pathway to deeper self-acceptance and understanding. Creative acts connect us to a deeper rhythm beyond logic, tapping into energies that speak directly to our masculine and feminine currents, blending direction with flow. This fusion reflects the very essence of our being, purposeful yet fluid, strong yet sensitive. Through this balance, creative expression mirrors the subtle dance between these forces inside us, making the invisible tension and harmony visible and tangible. When you honor this sacred container, your creativity becomes not just a way to communicate, but a bridge to the authentic self underneath all the noise and conditioning. When creative expression moves beyond conscious control and enters a state of authentic flow, something remarkable happens. This flow isn't about forcing ideas or chasing outcomes. It's about surrendering to what wants to emerge. In this space, your energetic polarity aligns, allowing masculine focus and feminine openness to meet without resistance. The result is a deeply healing experience because you are no longer divided or fragmented inside. The creative current carries your emotions, even the hidden or painful ones, into the light where they can be felt fully and released. This flow has a quiet power to dissolve inner blocks that feel stuck or heavy. By engaging in authentic artistic expression, whether it's improvising on an instrument, free writing, spontaneous dancing, or even unpolished sketching, you tap into a wellspring of transformation. Your emotional landscape deepens as layers of old fear, shame, or disconnection gently unravel. What remains is a more fluid and resilient core, capable of holding both light and shadow without judgment. This process shapes your inner world into a living canvas where growth unfolds naturally rather than through force. Healing through creative flow often occurs through subtle shifts. You might notice a sudden release of tension in your chest, tears that surprise you, or a sense of calm curiosity dwelling where there was once anxiety. These moments reveal how creativity serves as an emotional mirror and a bridge. It reflects what needs attention and guides you towards integration. When you practice allowing your creative energy to move freely, you nurture a vital dialogue between your masculine and feminine energies. This dialogue rekindles feeling and direction in your life, opening doors to new possibilities where your inner truth can thrive with courage and grace. Emotional aliveness. When we are truly alive inside, we allow ourselves to experience the full spectrum of emotions: joy, sorrow, anger, elation, without shield or hesitation. It's in this openness that life reveals its richness, where every moment becomes an opportunity to connect with what truly matters. Without emotional aliveness, life can feel like a series of muted moments, a half-remembered dream that misses the fire and color that genuine feeling brings. Cultivating emotional flow requires intentional surrender and presence, allowing us to navigate our inner landscapes with honesty. It's not about forcing feelings or pretending we're more vulnerable than we are, but about creating space for whatever is happening inside. Sometimes this means sitting quietly with discomfort, feeling the ache of longing or the sting of disappointment without rushing to fix it. Other times, it's embracing the simple, intense thrill of gratitude or love that washes over us unexpectedly. As we learn to stay present with our feelings, pain transforms from a source of suffering into a portal for growth. We begin to see that emotional aliveness is a choice, one where we lean into what we feel rather than step back from it, allowing life's currents to carry us into deeper truth. When we connect with our feelings authentically, it becomes easier to recognize ourselves and others in a new light. We stop hiding behind masks of composure or dismissing our emotions as insignificant. Instead, we accept them as vital signals, guiding us toward what's truly ours. With practice, this openness fosters a kind of inner resilience. We become less afraid of feeling pain because we understand it as part of the human experience. Emotional flow isn't about perfect serenity, but about fluidity, allowing emotions to move through us, transforming stagnation into energy and numbness into vitality. To develop this aliveness, try tuning in daily to what's happening inside without judgment. Let yourself pause and notice sensations, thoughts, or feelings that come simply because they are there. Give yourself permission to feel fully, whether it's a flutter of excitement or a wave of sadness. In doing so, you begin building a consciousness that's rooted in truth rather than avoidance. And that's where real connection begins, within the raw, unfiltered landscape of your own inner world. Chapter 17: Surrender and Trust. Healthy vulnerability. Vulnerability is often seen as a weakness, but in truth, it is a doorway to deeper connections and true freedom. When we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, we break down the walls that separate us from others. Being vulnerable means sharing not only our joys, but also our fears, doubts, and insecurities. This openness fosters intimacy and human connection, which are essential to our well-being. It's in these moments of honesty that we find our authentic selves and invite others to do the same, creating bonds that are both beautiful and resilient. Imagine sitting with a friend who shares their struggles, their raw emotions spilling out like a river that has finally broken free of its dam. In these moments, we often feel inspiration and a sense of unity. It's a recognition that we are not alone in our struggles. Healthy vulnerability allows us to reveal our true selves, free from the need for perfection. It encourages us to embrace our messy humanity, creating space for grace and compassion. This deep acceptance, both for ourselves and for others, opens the gates to a more profound experience of life. Embracing healthy vulnerability requires practice, awareness, and a willingness to take risks. One effective way to start is by identifying your fears. Keep a journal where you can express your feelings without judgment. This simple act can illuminate the parts of yourself that long for acknowledgement and connection. Next, consider starting small in your interactions. Share a personal story or an experience where you felt challenged. Observe how it feels to open up and how others respond to your honesty. You may find that people appreciate your bravery and are inspired to share their own stories. Another powerful practice is active listening. When someone shares with you, listen without preparing your response or feeling the need to fix them. Instead, create a safe space where they feel heard. This mutual exchange of vulnerability builds trust and strengthens your connection. Remember, vulnerability is not about oversharing. It's about authentic sharing. Choose moments and relationships where you feel safe to express your true self. By allowing your heart to be seen, you cultivate strength. This strength doesn't come from an absence of fear, but from the courage to show up fully, despite it. As you practice healthy vulnerability, you will find that it can transform your relationships and even your relationship with yourself. This journey may be daunting, but it can lead to a richer, more rewarding existence, where connection thrives and love deepens. Consider this. Each time you choose to be vulnerable, you are not just revealing a part of yourself. You are also inviting others to step into their authenticity. Let this be a dance of openness, empowerment, and mutual support. Releasing control. Control feels like safety, like the steady hand that guides us through chaos. Yet often, it is the very thing that tightens the grip of tension inside us. When we try to hold on to life too tightly, we create resistance where there doesn't need to be any. Control is an illusion born from fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of loss, or fear of our own vulnerability. It promises certainty but delivers stiffness, anxiety, and an internal prison where freedom is only imagined, not felt. The harder we cling to outcomes and narratives, the more we find ourselves trapped in inner turmoil, caught between wanting to steer everything and feeling powerless to really change what's happening. This illusion of control also creates an invisible battle inside, between the urge to dominate life and the subtle whisper that longs for ease. Our identities get tangled up with this struggle. I must be the one in charge, or if I let go, everything will fall apart. But the truth is that life is not a thing to be grasped tightly. It is a river, moving fast or slow, bending unexpectedly. When we resist the flow, our energy compresses and stress builds. When we relax the need to control, space opens up for new possibilities and authentic connection. The tension melts because we are no longer forcing life into shapes it refuses to fit. Every moment we try to control what is beyond our hands, we lose a bit of our presence. The mind races ahead, trying to fix, plan, and predict, while the body stays clenched and alert. There's a subtle but profound disconnect from what is real in the here and now. This inner conflict often feeds the collapse of polarity, where masculine energy becomes frozen in indecision or aggressive force, and feminine energy builds armor or numbs out. Letting go of control doesn't mean giving up or surrendering to chaos. It means dissolving the false walls between tension and peace. It's choosing to move with life rather than against it. Trust is the seed that breaks open the shell of control. To trust is to surrender to the mystery of life with an open heart, even when the outcome is uncertain. Surrender here isn't weakness. It is the highest form of strength. It requires courage to soften the grip, to say, I don't know exactly where this will go, but I will be present. When we begin to practice surrender, like a slow unfolding breath, we invite grace into our experience. Life's currents no longer feel like threats to be controlled, but like invitations to flow deeper into who we are. Releasing control also creates room for authenticity to emerge. When we stop performing for safety or trying to direct every outcome, our true selves come into focus. This authentic self is not confined by fear or expectation. It responds fluidly, with creative presence, to whatever arises. This kind of trust is not blind. It's anchored in a relationship with ourselves and the reality of change. It means we meet life's challenges without armor, with curiosity and openness, allowing both masculine and feminine energies to breathe freely. Learning to release control can start with small daily acts. Noticing the urge to micromanage a situation and choosing instead to pause, breathe, and allow things to unfold without forcing. It might mean leaning into moments of discomfort with soft attention instead of sharpening tension into resistance. This practice of surrender deepens the energetic polarity inside us, strength balanced by softness, purpose held gently instead of rigidly. As control loosens, Attraction and magnetic connection grow stronger because they depend on energy that moves and shifts, not energy that locks down and freezes. Try this simple moment. The next time you feel the grip of control tightening in your chest, stop and breathe fully into that tension. Let your breath soften the muscles around your heart and belly. Imagine your energy as a river and invite yourself to float lightly instead of pulling against the current. This small surrender is not an end, but a beginning, a way back to flow, to trust, and to the deep pulse of life that invites you to dance rather than wrestle with the inevitable. Trusting life again. Trusting life again begins with a quiet acknowledgement that somewhere inside, beneath the doubts and fears, there is a natural current of trust waiting to be felt. Many of us carry assumptions about uncertainty, about being taken advantage of, or about losing control that block this connection. We often believe we need to keep holding tight or protecting ourselves to stay safe, when in reality, these beliefs are what keep us disconnected from life's flow. Facing those fears with honesty gives us the chance to see that much of our mistrust stems from past wounds or stories we keep replaying, not from an actual absence of support in life. It's natural to feel apprehensive about surrendering, especially when we've experienced disappointment, rejection, or heartbreak. These moments imprint deep beliefs that trusting feels dangerous or naive. But underneath that fear is a core truth. Life is designed to support us, even when it doesn't feel that way in the moment. To begin trusting again, we must gently question the assumptions we hold about how life works. Is the world really against us? Or have we simply learned to see it that way out of self-protection? Recognizing these patterns dissolves their power, revealing that trust is less about control and more about softening into a shared flow we are already part of but have forgotten. Honest reflection shows us that blocking trust often comes from unspoken fears that surrender equals giving up or losing our identity. The truth is, trust invites us to step into vulnerability, a space where pure authenticity can emerge. When we accept that uncertainty is a part of life, not a flaw or a threat, we open a door to a different experience. We begin to see that trust isn't about certainty, but about a willingness to lean into the unknown with an open heart. This willingness doesn't erase fear overnight, but gently overrides it by making space for trust itself to grow, like a fragile seed rooted in the fertile ground of vulnerability. Restoring trust starts with small acts of openness. It may mean consciously choosing to release a need to control outcomes or to surrender the illusion of certainty, even if just for a moment. Practice noticing where your mind tightens around the need to guarantee results, and gently remind yourself that life operates beyond your comprehension and plans. Take deep, conscious breaths when fear arises, grounding yourself in the present instead of trying to fix or analyze what's happening. Opening your heart to trust isn't about pretending everything is perfect. It's about allowing yourself to feel vulnerable, to accept that you don't have all the answers, and to be okay with that. Another key step is to gradually lean into small acts of trust. Whether it's trusting someone to hold a space for you, or choosing to believe that life is unfolding as it should, even amidst chaos. Each time you lean in, you strengthen your capacity to surrender. Journaling about your fears can help to bring clarity, revealing what you're really afraid of losing or gaining. Recognize that trust is a skill built bit by bit through deliberate acts of surrender and patience. As you do this, it becomes easier to notice the subtle signs that life is supporting you, small miracles, synchronicities, or moments of unexpected grace, reminding you that life's flow is always present, whether you see it clearly or not. Lastly, nurture your relationship with yourself. Trust begins internally when we treat ourselves with kindness and patience. Practice speaking to yourself as you would a dear friend, gentle, understanding, and encouraging. This inner trust then radiates outward, helping you to feel safe enough to take larger steps into surrender. Healing trust is a process, one that unfolds differently for everyone. Remember, trusting again is a journey of remembering that life's natural rhythm is gentle, and that falling back into surrender is an act of loving yourself enough to believe in your own unfolding, even when the path looks uncertain. Chapter 18: Radiance and Openness. Feminine Glow. The feminine glow shines from a space deep within, illuminating everything around it. It is not just about an outer appearance. It is an embrace of one's authentic self. When a woman embodies this glow, she radiates a warmth that invites connection and fosters trust. This gentle charm emerges from vulnerability, where honesty meets openness. In this state, she becomes a beacon for others, creating a space where people feel seen, understood, and cherished. This glow is most vibrant when she allows her feelings to flow freely, moving beyond the layers of protection built from past experiences. To cultivate this glow, it's essential to invite moments of stillness into your life. These moments allow for introspection and a deeper understanding of oneself. Embracing your emotions without judgment unlocks an innate beauty that lies dormant within. Sharing authentic experiences with others forms connections that resonate on a deeper level. Through storytelling, laughter, and shared vulnerability, relationships flourish. When women allow themselves to be fully present, both with themselves and others, they create an environment ripe for nurturance, acceptance, and connection. Cultivating the feminine glow is a journey of self-discovery and trust. Begin by listening to your body. It holds wisdom about your emotions and needs. Practice self-care rituals that honor not just your physical body, but also your emotional and spiritual well-being. Consider activities that make you feel alive, such as dancing, painting, or simply spending time in nature. These experiences can awaken a sense of joy and authenticity that enhances your natural radiance. It's equally important to nurture supportive relationships. Surround yourself with people who appreciate you for who you truly are. Engage in conversations that allow you to drop your guard and reveal your true self. This practice of openness not only strengthens your inner glow, but encourages others to do the same. Remember, your ability to trust yourself plays a vital role in how you connect with the world. When you recognize your worth and allow yourself to receive love and support, you create a powerful energetic exchange that amplifies your glow. To further enhance this glow, make it a habit to check in with your emotions daily. Reflect on how you feel and give yourself permission to express those feelings. Write in a journal, talk to a friend, or simply sit in quiet contemplation. Embrace the layers of your emotions, knowing that they contribute to the depth of your being. The journey to embodying your feminine glow is ongoing, and each step, no matter how small, brings you closer to being fully alive and vibrant. Embodied magnetism. Magnetism isn't about flashing charm or a rehearsed smile. It's the quiet, undeniable force that comes from being fully present in your own skin. When someone embodies their truth, flaws, strengths, fears, and hopes laid bare, there is an irresistible energy that radiates without trying. This kind of magnetic pull isn't manufactured. It grows from a space where vulnerability meets confidence, where openness invites connection instead of judgment. It's the raw invitation to be seen as you are, and because it's so real, people sense that authenticity on a level words cannot reach. At its core, embodied magnetism flows from recognizing and accepting the parts of you that have been hidden or pushed aside. When you open yourself to your full experience, joy, pain, longing, it sets your inner world into motion like an electric current. Others feel drawn into this current, pulled by the warmth and courage that comes from someone who doesn't shrink away. This is not about pretending to have it all together, but standing in your messy, imperfect wholeness with a soft fierceness that resonates deeply. Attraction, then, is no longer about looks or superficial vibes, but a powerful energy exchange rooted in honesty. True magnetism awakens when you stop trying to be who you think others want and begin to inhabit your own unique presence. It's the subtle ways your body, voice, and spirit align because you're not divided inside. This alignment creates a tension that invites others closer, something electric and alive, like the silent promise of something real unfolding. In this space, magnetism becomes the language of spirit and heart meeting, a dance of openness layered with the gravity of personal truth. Embodied magnetism starts with a commitment to your own self-awareness. This means observing your habitual ways of shutting down or shrinking, especially when faced with vulnerability. When you notice these moments, lean into them gently rather than turning away. Each time you allow yourself to feel fully without defense, you reclaim a piece of your natural glow. It helps to sit with your emotions, not to fix or judge them, but simply to know them. This practice gradually softens the internal barriers we carry and opens a channel for genuine connection. Another way to grow your magnetic presence is through mindful embodiment. Pay attention to how your body holds your story, where you carry tension, how you breathe, and how your posture either invites or repels. Simple daily movements, like stretching with awareness or walking slowly while sensing your feet on the ground, reconnect you to your physical self. When your body feels safe and alive, your presence naturally becomes warmer and more compelling. People don't just connect with your words, they respond to the energy that flows through your form. Beyond the self-alone work, cultivating curiosity about others creates a magnetic field of its own. When you listen deeply, without planning your response or judging, you practice being fully present. This openness mirrors the energy you offer yourself, and it invites others to lower their defenses too. Authenticity begets authenticity. When conversations arise from a place of true interest and acceptance, the invisible threads of attraction form in ways that feel effortless and natural. Magnetism thrives where honesty and attention meet. Practicing patience is also crucial. Sometimes, the energy of magnetism takes time to build and reveal itself. It cannot be rushed or forced because it's bound to the rhythms of your inner truth growing stronger. Trusting this process means being gentle with yourself when magnetism seems dim or invisible. Your presence is always there. It's just waiting for you to nurture the soil where it grows. Small acts of self-love, like setting clear boundaries or indulging in quiet moments of solitude, fuel this inner light and remind you that your natural energy is enough as it is. One of the simplest yet most profound steps is to allow your emotions to flow without resistance. When you welcome your feelings as messengers rather than problems, you release blocks that stifle your magnetic force. Emotions are like currents that move energy through your body and being. Letting them pulse strengthens your connection to yourself and others. Over time, this practice deepens your sense of presence and magnetism, making your attraction feel less like an act and more like an expression of your alive, breathing essence. Openness is power. It's not loud or showy. Instead, it's a subtle energy that allows us to be seen, to be truly known without defenses blocking the way. When we open ourselves, we're creating space for ourselves, for others, for life itself, and in that spaciousness, real transformation begins. Openness isn't about weakness or surrendering everything. It's about the strength it takes to be vulnerable, to reveal what's real beneath the surface, and to remain receptive no matter what comes. By embracing vulnerability and surrendering to life's flow, we transform openness into a radiant force that fuels our inner light and deepens our relationships. When we let go of the need to control or perfect everything, we stop contracting against life's unpredictability. Instead, we lean into the uncertainty, trusting that openness will carry us through waves of change and challenge. It's in this act of trusting the unknown that we find power, the power to stay authentic, to listen with our whole being, and to respond from a place of genuine presence rather than fear or pretense. Openness becomes a magnet because it invites others to drop their masks and show up as they are. This quality, openness, transcends words and tactics. It's a way of holding space inside ourselves and with others. When we are truly open, we don't cling to a fixed idea of ourselves or the outcome. Instead, we accept what is, even the discomfort or vulnerability that comes with it. This acceptance isn't passive. It's active power that reshapes how we experience life and relate to those around us. Often, it's in moments of openness that we discover strength we never knew we had, because we aren't defending or shielding ourselves anymore. We are simply present, and in that presence lies a quiet authority that can shift the energy of any encounter. Practicing openness might begin with a simple step, asking yourself honestly what you're afraid to let in. It could be a person's feelings, your own truth, or the reality of a situation. Recognizing that fear in itself is liberating because it uncovers the hidden barrier. From there, you can practice small acts of surrender, sharing a vulnerable thought, admitting uncertainty, or simply pausing to breathe deeply when you feel closed or defensive. Each act of openness chips away at the walls, revealing a core of strength that's built not on control, but on trust and acceptance. When openness becomes your daily practice, it becomes the foundation for all authentic power and deep human connection. Chapter 19: Polarity in Relationship. Conscious Invitations. Awakening conscious invitations begins with recognizing the silent energies that subtly shape our relational dynamics. Every interaction we have, whether casual or intimate, is interwoven with these energies. They guide our behaviors, influence our connections, and affect how we respond to others. The first step in this awakening is the acknowledgement of these energies within ourselves. When we see how we actively or passively engage with others, we can begin to understand where we might have been limiting ourselves and others in love. This awareness doesn't come as a sudden revelation. Rather, it unfolds gradually as we become more attentive to our feelings and reactions in different situations. By intentionally extending invitations rooted in presence, openness, and honesty, we open ourselves to the possibility of deeper connections. This means being fully there, present in the moment rather than distracted by external factors or our own internal narratives. It invites us to share our thoughts and feelings authentically, which fosters genuine connection. How are you really feeling? Becomes a more profound inquiry than how was your day, as both parties actively engage with an openness that invites vulnerability. In doing so, we can restore the polarities that fuel desire and intimacy. These authentic connections act as the nourishment for our relationships, leading us to explore the depths of our compatibility with others. This approach is not merely about exchanging words, but embodies a meeting of energies, an invitation into each other's inner worlds. When we create spaces where others feel genuinely seen and accepted, we deepen our connections, and trust emerges naturally. Being clear about our own boundaries and needs is essential. It allows us to invite others in while maintaining a sense of individuality. This dance of energetics encourages a flow, prompting both parties to step forward in vulnerability and courage. Each conscious invitation is a subtle acknowledgement of what we desire and need, shaping the very fabric of our relationships. Energetic leadership. Energetic leadership is the quiet art of guiding the currents inside ourselves, those invisible forces of masculine and feminine energy, to create a presence that feels both magnetic and grounded. It's not about loud commands or visible control, but about consciously steering your internal polarity to show up with clarity and purpose in your relationships. This kind of leadership emerges when you recognize the dance between direction and flow inside you, and you choose how to move them rather than letting them move you. When you lead with your energy, you embody a steady force that invites others to lean in, trust, and resonate with your presence without needing to say a word. This presence isn't born from external achievements or status. It's forged by harmony in your inner world where masculine energy offers direction and momentum, and feminine energy brings receptivity and ease. There's a rhythm here, the strength to make decisions, to set boundaries, to hold your space, tempered by the openness to listen, to adapt, and to connect. When these two energies are in dialogue within you, you become a living energy field that draws others in naturally. encouraging authentic connection. Energetic leadership is the conscious cultivation of this balance. It's knowing when to hold firm and when to soften without giving away your integrity. Creating this kind of leadership within yourself shifts how you move through the world. It quiets the noise of hesitation and the chaos of over-control, replacing both with a steady pulse of confidence and calm. Others feel this pulse and respond to it at a level beyond words. Your energy becomes a beacon that communicates who you are before you even speak. This internal alignment invites clarity in your purpose and what you bring into your relationships, providing an energetic foundation that supports both independence and connection. To embody energetic authority, you first start by noticing where your energy feels stuck or out of sync. Is your direction unclear or wavering? Or are you resisting softness because it feels vulnerable? Pay attention to these signals without judgment, as they reveal where your polarity needs balance. Cultivating energetic leadership is about stepping into both your strength and your vulnerability simultaneously. It means embracing discipline, yes, but also surrender and flow. It's not a hard line drawn in the sand, but a living, breathing practice of returning to presence every time you stray. Practically, this balance looks like holding your ground in moments of uncertainty while offering kindness to yourself and others. It shows up as listening deeply without losing your center and speaking your truth with clarity without shutting down emotional openness. When you carry this balance, people sense it as authentic authority rather than control or force. They feel safe to be themselves around you. Leadership like this inspires trust because it stems from alignment, not from a need to dominate or please. Small daily practices can nurture energetic leadership, pausing before responding in conversations to connect with your internal state, breathing into tension to soften rigid energy, or setting simple boundaries that honor your direction. Each of these moments builds your capacity to hold space for yourself and others. Over time, you cultivate an energy field that is both strong and inviting, firm yet flexible. This is the essence of energetic leadership, a presence that moves through life with purpose and grace, inviting the same rhythm in your relationships and beyond. Maintaining desire long-term. Desire is a living force that constantly evolves inside us, like a delicate flame that needs conscious tending if it's to stay bright and warm over the years. In the beginning, attraction often feels effortless, driven by raw excitement and novelty. But as time passes, the initial spark can fade, replaced by familiarity or even complacency. Long-term desire calls for a gentle awareness, an ongoing active connection to what drew you to each other in the first place. It's about recognizing that attraction isn't a switch you turn on and off, but a garden you nurture with attention, care, and intention. Keeping desire alive involves cultivating a space where passion can flourish without demands or pressure, allowing it to shift naturally as both partners grow and change. To keep this fire burning, it's essential to understand that polarity, the energetic pull of masculine and feminine, is not a one-time achievement but an ongoing dance. This means consciously fueling the difference that sparks attraction, the mystery, the challenge, the space for each to be fully themselves. It's about maintaining a sense of healthy independence in each partner, so the relationship remains rooted in desire rather than suffocation. Small gestures often matter more than grand acts. Intentional moments of closeness where each person feels seen and appreciated can reignite passion. Remember, desire isn't just physical. It's emotional, energetic, and spiritual. When both partners remain willing to explore and invest in this dance, the flame can grow stronger rather than flicker out over time. Practically, this can look like creating moments of mystery, a surprise weekend away, an unexpected compliment, or a simple acknowledgement of each other's unique qualities. It also involves being honest about your needs and desires, and making space for both vulnerability and playfulness. When couples prioritize playful curiosity and genuine admiration, they honor the complexity of desire, allowing it to evolve rather than stagnate. Another powerful practice is maintaining a sense of independence outside the relationship, pursuing your passions, friendships, and personal growth. This not only enriches your individual life, but keeps the magnetic tension alive, preventing the relationship from becoming a source of dependence. Desire thrives in situations where each person feels free to be fully themselves, yet connected enough to remain irresistibly drawn to each other. Ultimately, the key is to see desire as a flowing energy, not a fixed state. It requires consistent awareness, checking in with yourself and your partner about what still excites and inspires both of you. Small, conscious acts of appreciation, playful flirtation, and honest communication build a resilient flame. While passion may ebb and flow in cycles, the ongoing choice to reconnect, to see each other anew, keeps the bond vibrant. Desire isn't a static destination, but a continual journey, one where the effort is part of the intimacy, where the act of longing and being desired becomes a shared soulful practice. In that, love deepens, and the energy between you remains alive and radiant, long after the initial thrill has settled into a deep, enduring flame. A simple tip for maintaining desire: set aside regular, intentional time just for each other. No distractions, no routines, only presence. This dedicated space keeps your energetic connection alive, making room for desire to flourish naturally rather than fading into the background of everyday life. Chapter 20: Polarity in Self. Internal balance. Within each of us exists a silent dance of energies, the masculine and feminine forces, shaping everything from our daily decisions to our deepest identities. These energies are not merely roles we play or characteristics we exhibit. They are fundamental parts of our being that influence how we perceive ourselves and relate to others. When in harmony, they create a profound sense of balance, grounding us in our essence. However, as we navigate the complexities of life, this balance can shift, and we may find ourselves skewed towards one energy or the other, leading to feelings of disconnection or confusion. The masculine energy drives our direction, stirring ambition and clarity. In contrast, the feminine energy flows with intuition, nurturing creativity and connection. Each force communicates with the other, whispering reminders of our inherent potential and guiding us toward wholeness. Yet, when these energies become misaligned, we may feel lost or adrift, struggling to find our rightful place in the world. This imbalance may manifest as uncertainty in our choices, difficulty in forming deep connections, or even an overwhelming sense of emotional numbness. Understanding this internal balance is crucial as it invites us to acknowledge both energies within us without judgment. Recognizing the ways in which our masculine and feminine energies interact can help us reclaim our internal harmony. It's essential to observe the subtler dynamics at play. For instance, are you often driven to achieve at the expense of nurturing your emotional well-being? Or do you find yourself unable to assert your needs because you fear it may disrupt your peace? These reflections can serve as a compassionate mirror, revealing where imbalance resides. Engage with these questions gently, allowing your awareness to grow without self-criticism. By fostering conscious engagement with our internal energies, we create space for healing and restoration, cultivating a sense of balance that honors both our direction and our flow. Switching energies intentionally. Inside each of us live two powerful currents, masculine and feminine energies, that shape how we move through the world, how we connect with ourselves and others. These forces aren't about gender or roles as much as they are about direction and flow, stillness and movement, action and surrender. Yet, most people float through life unaware that these energies can be consciously shifted, called forth at will, to meet different moments or needs. This ability to switch is not just practical. It is a way to deepen our sense of self, to heal old splits, and cultivate more vibrant, alive relationships with ourselves and those around us. It's like having two dance partners inside. Sometimes, the masculine energy steps forward with clarity and drive, pulling us towards a goal with fierce determination. Other times, the feminine energy leads us into softness, intuition, and an expansive openness to receive. When these energies are stuck or in imbalance, life feels flat, confusing, or exhausting. But when we learn to recognize how and when to invite each energy in, we weave a dynamic inner harmony that honors the whole person we truly are. This intentional shift calls for awareness. It asks you to notice where your energy feels tight, numb, or reactive and gently guide it towards a different expression, like switching from a fast sprint to a slow, deep breath. Imagine driving a car that can change gears smoothly. Masculine energy is like putting the car into drive, focused, forward-moving, and direct. Feminine energy is like shifting into a softer, more responsive gear that feels the curves and flow of the road. Both are essential to not just arrive, but to enjoy the journey. The power lies in how you control this inner gearbox, choosing when to speed up in masculine mode and when to ease off and nurture with feminine energy. Reconnecting with these two poles within you is a way to reclaim your wholeness and bring your full self, complex and tender, into sharper focus. Learning to intentionally switch energies begins with small, moment-to-moment awareness. Notice your posture. Masculine energy often contracts and moves forward. Feminine energy softens and opens. If you feel stuck, try adjusting your breath, allowing it to slow and deepen, inviting a gentle surrender that signals feminine flow. Or if you feel lost inside your emotions, grounding yourself by setting a clear intention or focusing on a concrete task can summon the magnetic pull of masculine energy. This doesn't mean forcing one over the other, but making room for their natural expression. Movement is a powerful tool to access these energies. A sharp, confident stride, hands on hips, and a lifted chest can ignite masculine power, stirring up clarity and action. On the other hand, flowing, loose movements, softening the gaze, and allowing your body to follow its own rhythm can coax the feminine to the surface. Even in stillness, you can shift energies by focusing on your inner experience. Engage masculine energy by setting firm boundaries within your mind. Silence distracting thoughts and focus on purpose. Invoke feminine energy by turning inward with curiosity and kindness, letting feelings rise without judgment. Playing with your inner polarity also means honoring the natural ebb and flow of these energies throughout the day or seasons of life. Sometimes masculine energy needs rest, not push. Feminine energy craves clarity, not overwhelm. When switching becomes a conscious practice, you build a deeper sensitivity to your energetic signals and needs. This builds desire within, because desire springs from polarity, the natural tension between giving and receiving, moving and receiving movement, speaking and listening within your own system. By practicing switching, you become fluent in this language of attraction within yourself, translating it outward more genuinely and magnetically. Try this. When you feel stuck or uncertain, pause and ask yourself, which energy am I in right now? What would it feel like to invite the other energy here? If you are caught in mental overload, take a moment to soften your body and breathe deeply, welcoming feminine flow. If you are drifting in indecision or overwhelm, ground yourself by clarifying a simple, immediate action step, calling in masculine strength. With practice, these shifts become a dance, not a struggle, a way to feel whole even when the outer world pulls you in conflicting directions. Becoming a whole human. Becoming a complete human begins with understanding that inside us, there are two powerful energies constantly at work. They are not separate parts or opposing sides, but rather two essential forces that, when balanced, create a sense of wholeness. One guides us forward, giving us direction, purpose, and a sense of achievement. The other flows through us, offering flexibility, receptivity, and connection to our deeper emotional life. Recognizing these energies as parts of ourselves is the first step toward integrating them into a unified sense of identity that feels stable and whole. This journey is about learning to listen to both energies without judgment or suppression. When we focus only on one side, like keeping our masculine energy tightly controlled or over-relying on our feminine side, we create imbalance. The goal isn't to suppress one or elevate the other, but to invite both to work together harmoniously. This requires patience, an honest look at how we've inherited certain patterns, and an openness to change. It's about creating a relational dance inside ourselves, where both direction and flow move in tune, guiding us through life with clarity and grace. Many of us live in a world that pushes us toward extremes, either being overly controlling or completely passive, overly self-reliant or emotionally numb. This polarized state makes it difficult to feel truly alive, present, or connected. The process of becoming whole involves gently unwinding these habits and reclaiming the full spectrum of our inner energies. Instead of trying to force ourselves into a fixed ideal, we learn to accept all parts of our experience, the strength and vulnerability, the resolve and surrender. This acceptance is the foundation for true inner harmony, where our energies support rather than sabotage each other. As you start to recognize these energies within, you can begin to craft a new relationship with yourself, one rooted in awareness, compassion, and patience. You don't need to change everything overnight, but you can start noticing when one energy dominates or when a part of you resists flow or direction. Small acts of self-awareness and kindness can open the door to integration, leading to greater steadiness amid life's chaos and a sense of authenticity in your daily life. Because becoming a whole human is about embracing your entire range of feelings, desires, and inner drives. It's about owning your capacity for strength and softness, certainty and surrender. When these energies work together, they create a grounded presence that allows you to stand tall while remaining open. This inner wholeness isn't a destination, but an ongoing practice of deep listening to yourself and making space for all your parts to coexist peacefully. Practically speaking, a helpful step is to spend a few moments each day checking in with your body and feelings. Notice where you're holding tension or resistance, and gently ask yourself what energy might be dominant in that moment. Is your mind racing with direction and control, or are you feeling disconnected, numb, or uncertain? Acknowledge what's there without judgment, and invite a small shift, perhaps by breathing deeply or consciously relaxing a tense muscle, to reconnect with your inner flow or clarity. This simple practice nurtures the balance that leads to becoming a fully integrated, authentic human being. Chapter 21. The Sacred Dance. Sexual Polarity Ritual. Ritual serves as a bridge, connecting the abstract concept of energy polarity with concrete experience. In the sacred dance of life, masculine and feminine energies are distinct but intricately linked, creating a rhythm that can be felt deeply within us. Engaging with these energies through ritual allows us to recognize and honor their presence, promoting profound awareness and transformation. By developing a conscious relationship with these energetic forces, we acknowledge that each of us carries both the assertive push of masculinity and the flowing receptivity of femininity. This duality is not merely a conceptual framework, but a lived experience, rich with potential for genuine connection. When we step into the space of ritual, we invite a deeper exploration of what it means to embody our true essence. Ritual can take many forms, from simple daily practices to elaborate ceremonies. The essence of these activities lies not in the complexity, but in intent. Whether lighting a candle, creating a sacred space, or engaging in breath work, the goal is to enhance our awareness of this collective dance. In doing so, we open ourselves to the transformative energy that arises when the two polarities interact in a conscious way. Creating a sexual polarity ritual can be an empowering journey of self-discovery and connection. Begin by setting a clear intention for the ritual. This could be a desire to deepen intimacy, enhance attraction, or simply express gratitude for the interplay of energy in your life. Choose a space where you feel safe and comfortable, free from distractions. Decorate the area with items that resonate with you. These could be stones, crystals, or images that embody the qualities of masculine and feminine energy. Lighting candles or using incense can add a sensory element, enhancing the atmosphere and helping all participants ground into the present moment. Once the space is prepared, include practices that help embody both energies. You might start with a breathing exercise, coupling your breath with affirmations that honor each polarity. For example, you could chant phrases like "I am strong and steady" for the masculine aspect, and "I am open and receptive" for the feminine. This exercise invites you to acknowledge both energies within yourself. Engage in movement, dance, stretch, or simply sway to music that resonates with these energies. This form of expression can help to release stored emotions and awaken deeper layers of connection. As you delve into the interaction of energies, consider incorporating touch in a consensual manner. Gentle caresses or embracing postures can symbolize an exchange of energy, acknowledging that intimacy is not just physical but also deeply energetic. While participating in this ritual, reflect upon your experiences and emotions. Journal your thoughts afterward to capture the essence of the experience and the shifts you felt. Engage in dialogue with yourself or your partner, discussing what the experience revealed about your connection and willingness to embrace both masculine and feminine energies. This ritual is not only a method for enhancing connection, but also serves as a reminder of the beauty that arises when we honor both energies within ourselves. Remember that ritual, at its core, is a celebration of intimacy and the array of feelings that accompany it. By intentionally engaging with these forces, you cultivate a rich landscape for personal and relational growth that can lead to deeper intimacy in all aspects of life. Emotional polarity ritual. Emotional polarity is more than just opposing feelings or moods. It is the pulse that awakens authentic connection within ourselves and with others. It flows like a sacred rhythm, an invisible dance between two energetic currents, one that grounds and directs, the other that opens and receives. This inner dance is what brings our relationships, creativity, and even purpose to life, giving texture to how we experience the world. When these energies move freely, they create a vibrant harmony that feels deeply alive and real. When they collapse or get stuck, life often feels dull, flat, or confusing. Recognizing emotional polarity as a natural rhythm helps us see how tension between these forces is not something to fix or avoid, but something to feel and honor. It's not about choosing one side or the other, but letting both sides breathe and unfold. This rhythm is present every day in the subtle currents of our emotions. The way desire pulls us forward, how surrender invites us to soften, how steady purpose steadies the shifting waves of feeling inside. It is a sacred flow that, when cultivated, can lead to a profound sense of inner harmony and connection beyond words. The truth is, many of us miss this rhythm because the modern world encourages constant control, neutrality, or numbness. We are taught to suppress or deny parts of ourselves in order to fit in or avoid discomfort. Yet beneath this surface, the energy still longs to move. Awakening this polarity is like returning to a primal dance that recharges our spirit and reconnects us to the core of our emotional landscape. It is a cycle of tension and release, of fire and water, of reaching and receiving. This invisible dance shapes the quality of our deepest experiences: love, passion, creativity, and healing. There is a simple yet powerful ritual anyone can use to consciously stir the inner energies of polarity, transforming tension into harmony. It begins with creating a dedicated space where you allow yourself to slow down and turn inward without distraction. The first step is centering your attention on your breath, deep, steady, and natural. Notice how your body feels, where energy seems tight or stagnant, and where it flows with ease. This awareness becomes the ground from which you start to listen to your inner currents. Once centered, bring your focus to the opposing currents within. Feel the pull of drive, the masculine energy pushing forward, and then sense the pull of softness, the feminine energy inviting you to flow and open. You don't have to change anything. Just gently sense these currents like two tides rising and falling inside. Notice where one energy feels blocked or overshadowed. Imagine these energies as dancers moving together, sometimes stepping closely, sometimes giving each other space to breathe. This imagery invites your nervous system to relax into the rhythm of polarity as a natural, beautiful movement. To deepen this practice, allow yourself to express each energy in turn. You might stand and move with intention and direction, embodying the masculine force of focus and purpose. Then soften into stillness or gentle, flowing motion, embodying the feminine force of openness and surrender. Shift between these states without judgment, creating a cycle of contraction and expansion, tension and release. Over time, this ritual rewires your nervous system to welcome contrast as essential, not threatening. It becomes easier to carry this dance into your daily life, balancing your inner world and inviting richer connections with others. Awareness and movement wake dormant energies and invite them into conscious presence. This ritual is not about fixing or getting it right, but about nurturing the sacred rhythm within you. When practiced regularly, emotional polarity shifts from a source of confusion or struggle into a source of vitality and flow. You begin to see tension not as resistance, but as the space where new aliveness is born. This practice is a gentle reunion with parts of yourself long forgotten or dismissed, a way of reclaiming the fullness of your emotional nature and living with greater depth and resonance. The lifelong dance of opposites. At the core of every human life is a rhythm, a delicate and endlessly repeating dance between two fundamental energies that mirror the universe itself. These energies are not about stereotypes or roles, but about a timeless pattern that fuels our vitality, shapes our choices, and whispers the secret of our wholeness. Imagine these forces as two partners, one moving forward with purpose, clarity, and direction, while the other flows freely with emotional flexibility, intuition, and openness. Together, they create a dance that is both ancient and constantly new, a movement that sustains us through the complexities of life. This dance isn't something we learn once and master. It's a lifelong, unfolding process, sometimes smooth and harmonious, sometimes jagged and uncertain. When the energies are balanced, we feel alive, connected, and authentic. When they fall out of sync, we may sense frustration, confusion, or disconnection. Recognizing this rhythm allows us to see how our inner worlds and outer relationships are woven into this energetic choreography. Each of us is a unique dance of these opposing but complementary flows, eternally seeking harmony yet inevitably shifting, sometimes in tune, sometimes in tension. To understand the dance of opposites is to honor the internal currents that keep it alive. There's a natural push and pull, a subtle tension that keeps our life moving forward and keeps us receptive at the same time. These currents are not enemies to be subdued, but forces to be acknowledged and gently guided. When we resist one side or try to force everything into a single mode, the dance falters. But when we accept both energies as part of our essence, a deeper flow emerges, a sense of wholeness that transforms how we see ourselves and others. Embracing these forces doesn't mean sacrificing one for the other. Instead, it's about learning how to listen to their signals and respond with awareness. When we do, we open space for growth, resilience, and genuine connection. We begin to see that the dance of opposites is not a problem to solve, but a living process to participate in. It invites us into a constant practice of responsiveness, reading the subtle cues of direction and flow, adjusting our moves, and allowing vulnerability to meet strength in a graceful rhythm. In this dance lies the potential for ongoing inner transformation, an unfolding that keeps us vital and deeply rooted in our true nature. Becoming the flame and the ocean. Poetic closing thoughts. In the quiet moments of our existence, we can feel the eternal dance of two powerful forces within us, the flames of masculine energy and the waves of feminine energy. These energies do not simply exist as abstract concepts. They are the silent architects of our identities and experiences. The burning torch of direction and purpose illuminates our paths, while the boundless ocean of intuition and emotion invites a depth of understanding. Recognizing this interplay allows us to see ourselves not as mere individuals, but as vessels of a profound inner dynamic. Every heartbeat carries the rhythm of this dance, guiding us through life's complexities. It is vital to acknowledge how these energies shape our relationships, desires, and emotional landscapes. In the energetic space between the masculine and feminine, we can discover the core of who we truly are. The flame can be fierce yet nourishing, a guide in the darkness. The wave can be calming yet transformative, inviting us to dive into the unknown. When we embrace both aspects, we invite healing and wholeness into our lives. The moment of awakening comes when we realize the duality within us. We recognize that we are both the fierce, burning torch and the expansive, fluid ocean. This awareness invites us toward transformation. It encourages us to cherish our unique qualities while also considering how intertwining these attributes can create a fuller, richer existence. By accepting this duality, we learn to balance our drive and our surrender, our action and our reflection. In this journey of embracing both the torch and the ocean, we can learn to navigate the depths of our emotions and aspirations. It begins with a gentle inquiry into our own energy dynamics. Observe when you find yourself overly directed or too passive. Ask yourself how you might invite balance into your daily life. This dance is not just a metaphor. It is an invitation to live fully, where every choice becomes a step in this grand choreography of life. Embodying duality consciously. The first step in living fully with the two energies inside us, the masculine and the feminine, is simply to see them clearly. This means acknowledging the fire of purpose, drive, and clarity that burns in us alongside the deep, quiet ocean of intuition, emotion, and receptivity. There is no need to pick one over the other or to feel ashamed for carrying both. Instead, it means sitting with the fullness of who you are, honoring the fierce edge of masculine energy without cutting off the softness of the feminine. It's about listening carefully to these voices inside, the call to move forward and the invitation to pause, relax, and receive. These energies don't compete, they complement. They invite you into a dance, sometimes passionate, sometimes gentle, but always alive. Many people feel like their internal world is divided, as if one energy demands too much while the other feels neglected or misunderstood. That tension, the push and pull, is real, but it no longer needs to be a struggle. Embracing duality consciously is about holding space for this tension without judgment or resistance. It's a willingness to witness your own contradictions and to live in the in-between space where masculine and feminine coexist. You might notice moments when your clarity sharpens and your boundaries assert themselves strongly, followed by periods when your emotions deepen and your intuition guides you toward softness. Both sides have wisdom to offer. The masculine gives you direction and structure, while the feminine teaches you flow and surrender. When you stop fighting these forces and start recognizing their unique gifts, you create an inner harmony that doesn't flatten your experience but enriches it. It's like a lineage carried inside you, ancestral in nature, part strength, part vulnerability. To honor your masculine essence is not to reject your tender, feeling self. To surrender to your feminine energy is not to lose your power. This conscious awareness becomes a foundation where both energies breathe together freely, rather than one dominating or disappearing in silence. Living with this awareness of duality takes intention. It means actively choosing to embody both energies in balance throughout your day, shaping how you move within yourself and how you relate to others. The masculine offers you clear direction, a sense of purpose and momentum that moves you forward even when the path is unclear. The feminine invites you to trust the process, to surrender control when resistance arises, and to allow your internal rhythms to guide you. When these two come together, you no longer feel scattered by inner discord, but rooted in a living pulse of harmony. This internal harmony spills outward, shifting everything around you. When you carry an integrated sense of direction and flow, your relationships reflect that balance. Instead of chasing or withdrawing, controlling or giving up, you create space for authentic connection where attraction naturally arises. Your presence becomes magnetic, not because you are forcing it, but because you radiate a deep sense of wholeness. People sense the quiet confidence of someone who has learned to embody both strength and softness without apology or concealment. Transformation in this sense is subtle but profound. The inner landscape of conflict softens into fertile ground where creativity, love, and clarity can grow. You begin to see your own shadow sides with compassion, recognizing that every expression of energy, whether sharp or gentle, serves your evolution. As you weave together the firm, steady thread of masculine intention with the fluid, expansive essence of feminine energy, you build a sacred internal temple, one that reflects the complexity and beauty of your soul. Try this. When you feel stuck or out of sync, pause and ask yourself, which energy am I leaning into right now? Do I need more flow or more direction? Instead of pushing away what feels uncomfortable, invite it in as a teacher. Notice how your breath changes when you shift from doing to receiving or from waiting to acting. Each moment offers you a chance to dance more consciously with your dual nature, making your inner world a rich, alive place where both fire and water meet and create new life. Elevating into wholeness. The flame represents our inner fire, our passion, purpose, and ability to create and assert ourselves in the world. It's the energy that pushes us forward, ignites our ambitions, and drives us to stand tall in our truth. At the same time, the ocean embodies our flowing depths, our softness, intuition, sensitivity, and the space where all emotions and subconscious currents reside. Together, these forces form a dance within us, each essential and longing to be expressed fully. By consciously embracing both our inner fire and our flowing depths, we cultivate a harmonious presence that lifts us beyond fragmentation, awakening us to a new sense of being fully alive and integrated. Many of us spend years leaning toward one side, either burning too bright without grounding or drifting in a sea of emotion without direction. But real wholeness arises when we see these two energies as parts of ourselves, neither wrong nor right, but necessary for complete human experience. When we honor the flame and the ocean as equal partners, our inner landscape begins to harmonize, and our outer life reflects that balance in more authentic relationships, clearer purpose, and a deeper sense of peace. This process isn't about fixing ourselves, but about awakening a fundamental acceptance of all that we are. It involves noticing where we hold back or drown in emotion, where our fire might burn too intensely, or where we withdraw to avoid vulnerability. Learning to navigate this inner terrain means recognizing that wholeness isn't the absence of conflict, but the ability to hold all aspects within us with compassion. When we do this, we step into a new way of being, one where strength and surrender coexist effortlessly, and where our true power is rooted in unity rather than separation. This awareness sets us on a path where transformation becomes less about effort and more about aligning with the full spectrum of our human nature. Ultimately, reaching this stage is an act of courageous honesty. It calls us to listen deeply to our inner world and to treat each part with kindness. When we do, we create a space where growth happens naturally, where the flame is tempered by the ocean and the ocean is fueled by the flame. In that space, we stand embodied, whole, and truly alive. Remember, the key often lies in small moments, pausing, noticing, and gently inviting these energies to move and flow within us. As you become more aware of your internal balance, You give yourself permission to live with a sense of steady aliveness that no external circumstance can easily shake. The journey ends here, but your practice begins now. If you made it to this final page, thank you, truly. You've just walked through the hidden architecture of human energy, the fire that gives direction and the stillness that gives depth. You've met both your force and your softness, your edges and your openness, your hunger to build and your capacity to feel. You now carry a language most people will never learn. A clarity that rewrites how you show up in relationships, in purpose, in desire, and in yourself. But this understanding is not meant to stay inside a book. It's meant to be lived, in the tone of your voice, the choices you make, the boundaries you hold, the intimacy you allow, the presence you bring, the softness you open to, the purpose you commit to. You are both the flame and the ocean, both the force and the flow, both the storm and the calm beneath it. And the more consciously you weave these energies, the more whole, grounded, magnetic, and deeply alive you become. Thank you for allowing me to walk beside you on this chapter of your journey. May you carry this work into every room you enter and every love you touch. May your fire stay righteous, your stillness stay sacred, and your life rise to meet the version of you who is finally awake. Until the next evolution.